Hello everyone, please comment whether I'm audible and visible. Online students. Good morning everyone. Please comment whether I'm audible. Okay. So, well, I welcome you all for this APEC, that is Advanced Prelims Enrichment Course 2022 for 2022 prelims, right? So, as we know, this is the golden year for the UPSC aspirants to clear the prelims and get into the final list, right? After at least 6 years के बाद इतने ज़्यादा seats आए हैं, right? So, taking note of this, we start with the environment ecology classes. So, I will be dealing with the environment and ecology for upcoming 6 days. Before that, I want to tell you a few things. In the classes, whatever I teach, you have to basically take down the running notes. I will go with a medium speed, not very too fast speed, right? First. Second, I will tell you the sources, what you have to compulsory mandatory read, then which are the sources for value addition, how the questions have been asked, what are the important areas from where the questions are coming, which areas you need to focus more for scoring more, right? All these things will go simultaneously when I'm teaching the topics. ऐसा नहीं होगा कि first I will tell this and उसके बाद. Before starting any topic, I will tell you the importance of the respective topic, how it has to be approached. Second thing, from where you have to read it, and what are the probable questions that could be asked in the upcoming prelims by taking note of the previous year questions. So, what is the basis for this? Do not write until unless. Basis for the APEC classes for environment and ecology are two mainly. First is previous year questions of UPSC and syllabus of the UPSC. Depending upon these two things, the lectures have been devised, right? One more thing, lectures, I'm writing here important points that you need to take. First is you need to take running notes. I will not dictate, you have to take the running notes. I will be writing, you also have to write so that you actively engage here. Second, I hope that you are having one or another question bank with you. Daily with you, you have one or another UPSC ka question bank or fair or actual UPSC papers from 2013 till 2021. This is our basis, right? Depending upon this, the lectures have been devised, right? Are you getting it? Clarity. उसके बाद, depend upon this, questions and syllabus, important focus areas and important themes we are going to study in bit detail. Okay, we are going to focus upon two things. One is basic plus current affairs plus applied. Absolutely greater clarity before starting the lectures. So these are the things that you should keep the note of. Continuously write the notes. Whatever I'm teaching, each word have been asked or probability is that it may be asked. Question bank, if you are having with you, it will be a bit easy for you to simultaneously see the questions also. Okay. Focus areas, themes, basics questions, current applied and interlinked based questions. Depend upon these two things. Okay. Next. Now, let us start with our classes. So here we are going to see 6 topics. So now you can start writing. So I hope that everyone knows the syllabus of UPSC, what UPSC has written. Syllabus as per UPSC notification. Syllabus as per UPSC notification. क्या लिखा है UPSC ने prelims के लिए? General issues of environment and ecology, environment, ecology, biodiversity, general issues, matlab basic issues about environment, ecology, biodiversity, and climate change, which do not need subject specialization. This is what UPSC has mentioned. इसका मतलब है you should have just a basic conceptual clarity about all the topics which do not need the special subject specialization. 3 words उन्होंने यूज किए, environment, ecology and biodiversity. I hope that you got the syllabus. क्या mention किया by UPSC, actually UPSC मतलब it is very general and very vague. Depending upon that we cannot decode. So by analyzing past year papers from 2013 till 2021, what we have done is that this syllabus have been divided into 5 to 6 topics which we are going to study now. These are as follows. First topics we are going to study is about basics of environment and ecology. Second, we are going to deal with the topic named as biodiversity. Third, we are going to deal with environmental pollution topic, that is air pollution, water pollution, etc., radioactive waste pollution, etc., all these things. Fourth, climate change and associated issues. Fifth, we are going to study national environmental legislations. National environmental legislations. And sixth is international environmental conventions, agreements, etc. So these are the 6 topics that we are going to study in detail. I hope that you are taking simultaneously the notes. This is how the lectures will follow on. अब इसमें भी क्या है? In this also, one more important thing to be noted: the classes, I will take the classes for a bit longer time so that I can cover in detail and in bit detail so that you can take down running notes. So इसीलिए I will not give you handouts and I will take for longer time, right? But I will give you the breaks. First topic we are going to deal is about basics of environment and ecology. Then I will tell other. For example, किस तरह से पढ़ाने वालों? Biodiversity. Example, don't write here. Biodiversity. Now, biodiversity mainly discusses about national parks, biosphere reserves, right? So this is mainly related to mapping part. Where which national park is located, which animal species is there, which river is there. So mapping parts related. This is conceptual part. मतलब each and every topic have their unique and respective demands. Depending upon this, and how do you understand that unique and respective demand? By analysis of UPSC from 2013 till 2021 of environment and ecology questions. That is why I'm asking you to keep the question bank with you, right? By taking note of all these things, syllabus and the topics that we are going to study in the upcoming few days, let us start with our first topic. I hope that I'm clear. First, you have to simultaneously take down the notes. Environment and ecology. Before this, I want to tell you one more thing. What are the sources that one should refer for studying? Now here, I would say there are few mandatory sources and few value addition based sources. The most important source is NCERT. Now which NCERT? Let us understand. First, biology 12th standard NCERT. Biology 12th standard NCERT. Chapter number 13, 14, 15, 16. 4 chapters you have to compulsory, or rather I would say mandatory, read each and every word of these topics. 4 chapters only. Next, chemistry का NCERT is there 11th standard. इसमें environmental pollution का एक टॉपिक है, environmental pollution chapter. Only one chapter you compulsory read it. Environmental pollution. Okay. उसके बाद third, geography NCERT. Geography NCERT standard 9, 10. इसमें एक चैप्टर है, इस इसमें नेचुरल वेजिटेशन का चैप्टर. कंपल्सरी रीड दिस चैप्टर, राइट? बिफोर कमिंग टू NCERT number, geography NCERT standard, geography NCERT standard, I am saying 11th. अब standard 11th में दो NCERT are there. One is fundamentals of physical geography and India physical geography. These are the two NCERT of standard 11 of geography. इसमें last two chapters, chapter number 15 and 16, related to basics of ecology environment. India physical environment में the chapter of natural vegetation. These are mandatory to be studied. कितना? 4 chapters, 1 chapter. यहाँ पे एक चैप्टर है, यहाँ पे आई वुड से यहाँ का नेचुरल वेजिटेशन का 1 चैप्टर, 2 chapters, राइट? यहाँ पे 2 chapters एंड यहाँ पे 1 chapter. कंपल्सरी टू बी रीड फॉर एनवायरमेंट एंड इकोलॉजी. कंपल्सरीली. Most of the students say the questions of environment and ecology, since they are increasing in the number, that is around 15 to 20 questions come from environment and ecology. Students get more or less questions incorrect because they will read everything. For example, Shankar IS, they will read everything पढ़ेंगे but ये नहीं पढ़ेंगे. This year there were 17 questions. Out of 17 questions, I will show you the page numbers जैसे इस यहाँ पे लिखा है, and I will show you 9 questions were asked from either previous year questions or from NCERT. So this is our base or a Bible for us for environment and ecology. इसके ऊपर now you can value add your study through, I would say, Shankar or any other. Through Shankar IS का book. Just have an overlook, not in detail. And then current affairs. Current affairs. For current affairs, I would suggest you any one compilation of any institute that you are comfortable with. अगर आपको sometimes one will like A institution का B, C, Z, right? जो भी अच्छा लगे, you take one and you read that current affair compilations of environment and ecology for at least 5 times. What the point? Right? And along with this, the last important point, mandatory, is Oxford Student School Atlas. Oxford Student School Atlas. Compulsory for mapping. Right? These are the sources from where we are going to study. Right? I hope that you got the clarity. First, we saw about how the lectures are being planned. Then we saw the syllabus of what is the UPSC Prelims trying to say. Then what are the topics that we are going to see in the upcoming days. Today we are going to see about first topic. Before that, we saw what are the sources. For example, today's topic, environment and ecology के लिए sources are as follows. Chapter number 13, 14 and इसका 2 chapters. From here, it would be studied, taught today, right? Plus Shankar IS I have completed, everything would be covered, right? These are the sources, value addition sources. This is compulsory. So first we will see environment and ecology. Before starting, let me tell you what is the demand of this topic, what is UPSC expecting, and what is the trend, right? So trend, type of questions asked, and probable questions. Sources now you know, that is biology, 12th standard NCERT and 11 fundamentals of physical geography. Now here, mainly the recent times, the trend is again increasing. From 2013 till 2017, questions were asked more in numbers with respect to basics of environment and ecology. But again, 2018-19 trend declined, but again it is getting back, right? type of the questions only is basic conceptual clarity you need. Conceptual clarity you need. They will ask you, for example, what is the meaning of habitat? What is the meaning of ecotone? What is the meaning of ecological niche? What is the meaning of ecosystem? Just which of the following terms basically signify the best meaning of ecosystem? Answer ABCD, right? मतलब basics definition पूछता है. And regarding this basics, you have to do application or applied based knowledge questions are asked here. And third, I would say general observation based questions. What is this third type which I am trying to tell? For example, have you seen leopard? Have you ever seen leopard in your lifetime? देखा होगा ना leopard, चित्ता, tiger. So what is the difference between a tiger and a leopard? Or chitta and ye? So these are just GK type questions, right? Have you seen the herd of the elephants? Who leads the herd of the elephant? Is it a female elephant or male elephant? So you won't find such type of questions or answers in any book, right? जैसे National Geographic channels के ऊपर देखते थे आप, such questions are 1 or 2 questions are coming nowadays. मतलब basic general observations you have to apply it. That is why I consider it as third type. Got the point? By taking note of this, let us start with the topic. Got the clarity? Let us start with our first topic. The first theme is about terminology. Terminology in environment and ecology. First, most important term is, what do you understand by environment? Environment, what do you understand by environment, guys? Environment is nothing but, शुरू में you will feel it very easy, but जैसे जैसे मैं आगे बढ़ूंगा after 1 hour, right now it's 10:55, after 10:30 you will realize कि हाँ थोड़ा आगे जा रहा है, right? Environment is nothing but everything that surrounds us, Now, what surrounds us? All abiotic and biotic elements. Abiotic elements means land, water, air. Biotic means animals, plants, right? Everything which is surrounding a particular organism is called as environment. Now, there is a continuous interaction between these biotic and abiotic elements. Now, the interaction between biotic and abiotic elements shapes a habitat, right? Habitat. So, basic meaning क्या होगा environment का? Everything on the earth surface is called as environment in simple words. The most important second concept is biosphere. Biosphere is that component of the earth which have life in it. For example, you might have seen this diagram. This is lithosphere, hydrosphere, atmosphere. So this is the space where, which we call the intersection of this is called as biosphere. Now biosphere is a region where there is an intersection of lithosphere, atmosphere and biosphere, and where life exists. Where life exists compulsorily. Now there is second term immediately here, that is called as habitat. Habitat. I hope that you are taking simultaneously the notes. If I ask you, snow leopard. Snow leopard. Do you know snow leopard? Tigers पता है आपको? Giraffe पता है? Giraffe is in African savanna. Snow leopard कहाँ पे? In Himalayan region, right? So Himalaya is a habitat for snow leopards. So habitat is a place of residence of a particular organism. Place of residence of a particular organism. Now there is a basic difference between a biosphere and habitat. There is a basic difference between a biosphere and a habitat. Habitat के पास क्या होगा? It is a place where an organism is present. That means compulsorily life exists in a habitat. However, in biosphere, at extreme north and extreme south poles. At extreme north and extreme south pole, is life possible? Life does not exist. So my basic difference, UPSC does like to ask a habitat मतलब जहाँ पे you stay. It's an address. It's a place of residence. मतलब there would be life compulsorily. However, in biosphere where life is existing, their life may exist or may not exist. What the point? Environment. Now, multiple biosphere ka total part is called as environment, right? Now, the next term. I hope that you got the meaning of environment, biosphere. Biosphere पता चला क्या होता है? Now, most important is ecosystem. So, this ecosystem, the term was coined by Arthur Tansley. Arthur Tansley in year 1935. What is ecosystem? Now tell me, what is a cell, a human cell or DNA? It is a structural and functional unit of the whole body, right? So neuron क्या होता है? Structural and a functional unit of a brain, right? In easiest word. Similarly, ecosystem is a structural and functional unit of biosphere. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? This biosphere where there is a life existing, इसके ऊपर on this there would be smaller parts or division of this where the life was existing, and this individual part will form a structural and functional unit of this complete biosphere. What the point? Is it clear? Now, all the components in ecosystems, that is biotic and abiotic, are interrelated and interconnected. They are interrelated and interconnected. Who? All the abiotic and biotic components. कैसे connected है? Through. They are connected through the transfer of energy and nutrients, right? Right now I am speaking in front of you, but subah I had paratha and then I am coming in front of you, right? Paratha came from wheat, right? That means there is certain type of interaction. Energy chahiye na? And now when I am speaking with you, whatever the potential energy is there, whatever stored energy within the body is being converted into kinetic energy, right? So all the elements are connected either by nutrient transfer or by energy transfer, right? ये समझ में आया सबको? Now, if you are doing a scientific study of an ecosystem where all abiotic and biotic elements are interconnected and interrelated to each other, then that is called as ecology. That is scientific study of ecosystem. Scientific study of ecosystem is called as ecology. The concept of ecology was given by Ernest Haeckel in year 1866. ये 1935 में दिया था, ये 1866 में दिया था, right? Got the point? So till now, out of all these terminologies based, so this is theme number 1. Theme number 1 basically deals with one more important point, because right now I was seeing the comments. What are the doubts are there? After completing one topic, I will check the doubts, right? Because hota hai ki the continuity gets lost, right? So after completing a topic, I will check the doubts if anyone you have. So this is the first theme, that is about the terminology in ecology and ecosystem, right? Out of all these terminologies, UPSC has asked a question on this. Which of the following? So this is a previous year question. So whatever the yellow tick mark is there, that represents a previous year question of UPSC. This is a question asked by UPSC in year 2014 or 15. Which of the following terms best signifies the meaning of ecosystem? That was the question. Usme 4 things were given. There were multiple, I would say, options. So you need to go home and all the options you just need to Google it, right? Is it fine? समझ में आया? So why is it probable question? They might ask you a basics about biosphere and habitat. Now, I hope that you got the idea. Now, next thing is about, उसके बाद आगे का is about biomes. Trees and similar type of animals. So that larger area is called as biome. For UPSC preliminary examination, the most important part is to understand biomes from geographic perspective. Most of the times questions have already been asked and frequently repeating. So what is it? Let me tell you how these biomes are formed. Formation of biomes. It's a topic of geography. It's a topic of geography, not environment and ecology, but it is very necessary to understand it. So I will be giving you in general idea. First, you know this is our planet Earth. It is geoid in shape. Earth is rotating around its axis from west to east, right? There is one thing called as rotation and another thing is called as revolution. Rotation means the movement of the earth around itself. When the earth is rotating around itself, it is also revolving around the sun. This causes the formation of what we call as seasons. Also, due to these seasons, there is different type of, there is, or I would say there is variation in temperature and I would say pressure. Temperature and pressure changes on the earth's surface lead to the formation of pressure belts, right? And these pressure belts lead to the formation of planetary winds. And आगे जाके these winds will lead to the formation of ocean currents. This is logical flow. Got the point? ये geography का part है, you will study in that, but here just understand this. If there is, I would ask you one more thing. If there was one thing, if one particular thing was to be absent, then life would have not been existed, or there would have been multiple different things. क्या होता वो? It is nothing but the axis of the earth. If this axis of the earth, that is tilt of the earth, अगर ये ऐसा नहीं होता, and if it was just like a straight, what would happen? Due to tilt, there is non-uniform availability of the insolation. Due to that, there are 6 months यहाँ पे क्या रहेगा? Day. 6 months night. Less solar insolation. That is why we have polar region, glaciers. If uniform distribution of the insolation was there, then there would have been no low temperatures, high temperatures. ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं होता. Since here there is low temperature, is high temperature, winds move generally from basically high pressure towards the low pressure. इसीलिए winds ऐसे move हो रहे, right? Logically, this has been due to the temperature differences and pressure differences. अगर ये inclination ही नहीं होता, then most of the things would have been different. Am I right? This have led to the formation of different biomes and climatic region that you need to study in geography from book called as G.C. Leong, where आपको ये diagram मिलेगा. As we know, imagine this is the equatorial region and this is polar region. Equator to poles. As we know, from 0 degree to 5 degree to 10 degree north, there is what we call as equatorial climate. Equatorial climate. On the western side of the margin of the continents, we have hot desert type of climate. The transition climate is savanna type of climate. This is monsoonal type of climate. This is Mediterranean type of climate. This is steppe type of climate. ये कौन सा है? China. This is British type of climate. This is Siberia. Siberian type of climate. This is Laurentia. This is alpine, and then Arctic, or I would say polar. Right? Correct? These are the various climatic regions. This you will study in geography. Need not to worry. But this individual is called as biome. ये क्या हो गया आपका? Hot desert is one type of a biome. Desert is one type of a biome, right? I would say equatorial forest is another type of a biome. That means in this area, in general, the temperature precipitation conditions are similar. Due to that, the animals and plants in this area will have unique characteristics which are different with respect to the desert region, right? And it will share a similar type of climatic conditions. इसके कारण plants and animals will be adapted to this region. Am I right? So this is called as biomes. So multiple biomes will come together to form biosphere. Correct? What the point? So each individual biome forms a particular type of a climatic region. UPSC loves to ask climatic regions, especially till now what is asked. I will just tell you from geography also what is asked. Recently a question was there on equatorial type of climate. Identify the following type of climate where there is high insolation, comma, in the noon you receive abundant precipitation, where the vegetation is very luxuriant, tall trees are there, where generally there is poor, I am saying poor organic content in soil. Which type of climatic region is it? Desert, steppe, equatorial and polar. ऐसे options देते हैं. What the point? How the questions are asked. Next, savanna, very important. Last time also asked a question. 2 times UPSC has question on savanna. Fire plays an important role. Fire plays an important role in maintenance of savanna type of climate, right? So ये question है इसके ऊपर, savanna. How it is formed, etc. What is its characteristic features, etc. You study it in geography. Very important. Monsoon तो सबसे important है. Monsoon. That is seasonal reversal of winds. And उसके बाद most important is Mediterranean, where you have winter precipitation, temperate cyclonic precipitation during the winters. कहाँ पे? Mediterranean climatic region. So all these climatic regions and characteristic features you need to study. This you study in geography, not environment and ecology. कहाँ से पढ़ोगे ये? तो NCERT या फिर GC Leong का एक book है. From that you just see the important points. But this is a highly focused area by UPSC. What the point? Characteristic features देंगे and it will ask you to identify. This yellow marks show that the questions which have already been asked. Why I am teaching it here? Because here I am trying to tell you the terms related to environment and ecology, where environment you got the meaning, a broadest, then a biosphere, then ecosystem, ecology, multiple ecosystems. A small ecosystem मतलब क्या? Forest is also one type of ecosystem. Grassland is a type of ecosystem. So can I say this is one type of ecosystem? This is another type of ecosystem. Can I say this large area is also called as biomes? Right? Getting the point? So this is the basics, all the basics about the terminology. इसके ऊपर एक क्वेश्चन हर साल आ रहा है. Right? Got the point? So this is about the first part, first theme of the chapter number 1. Now let us see another point. If you have doubts, I hope that I am clear to everyone. कुछ भी doubts नहीं है. So this was, repeat the definition of biome. Biome का definition क्या बोला था मैंने? It is a large terrestrial area carrying a similar type of biota. Biota का मतलब क्या होता है? प्लांट्स एंड एनिमल्स, फ्लोरा एंड फाउना, उसको क्या बोलते हैं? बायोटा. बायो मीन्स हैविंग लाइफ. लॉजिकल है ना? So this is the first point that needs to be studied. Now let us see the second point, that is now we are actually moving on, that is ecology and ecosystem. Ecosystem, as we know, this is the second theme, that is ecosystem. पहला क्या था? टर्म्स का थीम था. Ecosystem definition, it has already been asked by UPSC. What is the definition of ecosystem? A structural and a functional unit of, I'm just writing initial, structural and functional unit of biosphere, right, which is connected, interconnected by nutrient transfer and energy. This is the basics of ecosystem. Then there are certain types of ecosystem, different types of ecosystem, that we are going to study in detail later. But सबसे पहले understand what are the types of ecosystem. First is natural ecosystem, and the next is anthropogenic, मतलब man based. Natural ecosystems can be further classified in two types. One is land based ecosystems or terrestrial ecosystems. So just now we saw about land based ecosystems. Which were those ecosystems? सबसे पहला forest. Second हमने क्या देखा? Grassland. Third क्या देखा हमने? Desert. And fourth हमने क्या देखा? Polar, or I would say tundra. These are the 4 land based ecosystem you need to study. Next you have aquatic ecosystem, that is natural ecosystem में land based ecosystems and aquatic based ecosystem. Now we are going to study about the forest ecosystems, grassland ecosystems, desert ecosystem and tundra ecosystem, right? We are mainly going to understand what are the issues with it and what are the solutions. In solution parts come the initiatives at world level. That is what is asked by UPSC. Aquatic ecosystems can be further classified into 3 types, that is freshwater ecosystem, brackish, and third is marine water ecosystem. So the classification of these aquatic ecosystem into 3 types is done with respect to salinity. What is salinity? Salinity is nothing but total amount of dissolved salt in 1000 milligram of water. If the salinity is less than 5 parts per 1000, then it is called as fresh water. If salinity is between 5 to 35 parts per 1000, then it is called as brackish water. If salinity is more than 35 parts per 1000, then it is called as marine water. Examples of the freshwater ecosystem are rivers, ponds. So we are going to understand what is the river ecosystem, pond ecosystem, and issues like eutrophication, algal bloom, etc. Okay. Brackish water matlab having a salinity range between of fresh water also and marine water between it. It represents mangrove ecosystem, estuary ecosystem, etc. Mangrove and estuary ecosystem. Marine क्या represent करता है? Seas, oceans. So we are going to understand the issues of the sea and the ocean ecosystems, right? So these are the types of the ecosystems. Anthropogenic मतलब man-made. Man-made ecosystems कौन-कौन से हैं? Reservoirs, right? Dams. When you cultivate rice, उसके लिए whatever the water is been सप्लाई टू द फार्म फील्ड्स, राइट, वो भी एक टाइप ऑफ एंथ्रोपोजेनिक होगा. एक्वेरियम एंथ्रोपोजेनिक. Not to be more focused upon anthropogenic, more focus upon natural. What the point? The definition of the ecosystem, meaning the types of the ecosystem. More focus upon natural ecosystem. More or the less issues you need to understand for prelims and the solutions at national and at international level. Now, third is the most important point that is being focused by UPSC and frequently asked is various adaptations and response by the organisms in ecosystems, right? Also, let us try to understand components of ecosystem. 4 points. First, the definition of ecosystem, the types of ecosystems, and the components of ecosystem. And the last point, that is response and adaptations to the various components. So let us understand that. Ecosystem components. What is ecosystem? Structure and functional unit of biosphere. Who lives within the ecosystem? The biotic and abiotic elements. So I am writing here, who are the components? Abiotic matlab non-living and biotic components, right? Now, abiotic components means a type of components like temperature, right? Sunlight, soil, water, etc. These are all abiotic components of ecosystem. Biotic components मतलब कौन-कौन से हो गए? Producers. Who are the producers? Plants, right? Consumers and decomposers. Ecosystem में कौन रहता है? Components में various organisms. Here I am speaking about plants, animals, right? So plants and animals within ecosystems are continuously impacted by two things, biotic and abiotic elements. Am I right? Logical? Now, on this topic, till now, UPSC has asked at least, I would say from 2013 to 2021, UPSC has at least 8 to 9 questions. दिखने के लिए आसान दिख रहा है ना? But इसी में से क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं. I will tell how. These plants and animals within ecosystems are impacted by biotic and abiotic elements, and they have responded, they have response and adaptations to ecological components. Which are these responses and how the organisms respond to the various components? ये बेसिक हो गया. दिस इज अप्लाइड. इसके ऊपर भी क्वेश्चंस है एंड इसके ऊपर भी क्वेश्चंस है. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. अगेन आई एम हाईलाइटिंग बाय येलो टिक मार्क. इसका मतलब है इसके ऊपर क्वेश्चंस हर जगह पे आए टिल नाउ. ऑल द पॉइंट्स. दिस इज आवर second major theme on which UPSC has focused till now. Now we are going to understand how abiotic factors are affecting plants and animals. How biotic factors would be affecting plants and animals to various things, right? For example, we all right now in this classroom are biotic elements. We are human beings. There is a type of interaction between me and you and within yourself also. Am I right? Right? So which type of interaction is it? So can I say it is a more or less like mutual relationship, for example, where everyone is benefiting? Logical? This is how biotic elements between plants and animals. Sometimes if you see a deer and a tiger, the tiger is going to eat deer. So that is a predation type of relationship. Am I right? Giraffe, if you understand giraffe has a long neck. Why? Have you ever thought it? Why? क्यों होगा जिराफ को? Why is that? The Negroid race people in Africa have curly hairs. Why is that? The people in tundra region are having smaller heights. They are short in height, having small ears and limbs, but are more fat. Why? Matlab, these are nothing but the responses and adaptations of the plants and animals to the different abiotic and biotic conditions, right? So this is what we are going to study now in detail. First, let us understand about the temperatures. First component is temperature. टेम्परेचर का मतलब क्या होता है? टेम्परेचर इज नथिंग बट degree of hotness. Right now, what is the temperature here? I'm sweating, right? So this is also one type of response. Huh? Humans, when there is more hot climate outside, right now, like this in this classroom, I'm sweating. अगर यही ठंडा होता तो then I would have been shivering, because at the end of the day, I want to maintain my constant internal body temperature with respect to external body temperature to achieve a state called as homeostasis, right? That is through thermoregulation. To achieve the constant body temperature कितना है? Actually कितना body temperature humans का? 36.4 degree centigrade, correct? I have to maintain that. अगर नहीं होगा then my veins will burst out, right? For that I have certain adaptation. Right now I am sweating because it's hot outside. अगर वो ठंडा होता तो I would have been shivering to generate more heat. Getting the point? That is also one type of response. That is what we are going to study here. Temperature is nothing but degree of hotness. Temperature decreases with two things. First is increase in latitude. From equatorial region to polar region, temperature decreases. Why it decreases? Because of declining insolation. Second, temperature reduces with increase in latitude, right? Again, temperature decreases with increase in altitude. Matlab, you go to hill stations like Mussoorie, Madikeri, that is Coorg, Ooty. Why in summers? Because at higher height you have lower temperatures, right? That is why these are called as hill stations, which are more cooler during summers, because at a higher heights the temperature is low. ये दोनों क्वेश्चंस यूपीएससी ने पूछा है, दिस लैटिट्यूड वाला, राइट? Now this temperature affects the various organisms, that is the living beings. Let us understand how. Now there are two types of animals. Now we have linkage of environment to biology, which is called as environmental biology. We have linkage of environment to chemistry, which is called as environment chemistry. That is what is given in 11th standard chemistry NCERT, right? Which I told to study that chapter. Environment is linked to geography also. Environment is linked to biology also. Environment is linked to chemistry also. So this topic deals with environmental biology. Let us understand how. Now various organisms with respect to temperature conditions can be clubbed under two groups, which are called as eurythermal animals and xenothermal animals. Now eurythermal animals कौन है? For example, human beings. Right now, me myself, right? I'm not able to manage this temperature. That is, right now in this classroom, as we know, the temperature is more. That is why my body is trying to adjust to the external temperature conditions by sweating. Who am I? Am I a warm-blooded animals or cold-blooded animals? Humans are warm-blooded animals. So generally, warm-blooded animals are called as eurythermal organisms, which are adapted to wide range of temperature. If I go to Kanyakumari, if I go to Ladakh, if I go to Scotland, if I go to Peru, क्या होगा? Still I will survive. These areas are having different climatic conditions. Despite that, I am able to survive it. Why? Because my body can adjust to the external conditions. So organisms which are having wide range of adjustment with respect to external conditions are called as eurythermal organisms. जनरली कौन होता है ये? These are nothing but the warm-blooded animals. These are also called as endotherms. Endotherms. Example, human beings, from a cow, goat, etc. All these are the endothermic animals. For example, you can find yak in cold areas, right? A particular type of sheep, that is chiru. Chiru is an antelope, Chiru. This is given in NCERT. Chiru antelope. It's a goat species in Ladakh region. Goat तो यहाँ पे भी मिलता है. There are changes. The body biological changes, morphological changes है दोनों में, but species एक ही है ना. Getting the point? That means certain organisms which can adjust to the wide temperature ranges are called as eurythermal. These are generally warm-blooded animals and are endothermic. Exactly इसका पूरा opposite है xenothermal. Fish देखा आपने? Fish, aquatic, certain reptiles, not all, certain I am saying. Fish, if you remove from water, it dies. Because it can't adjust to the wide temperature changes, wide salinity changes, wide pH changes, that is pH changes, right? Xenothermal are the organisms which are adapted to narrow range of temperature. Example, fish from a certain reptiles. आपने ये देखा होगा, most of the times if the temperature falls, the snakes will come out of their burrows. They will come and bask below the sun in the open space. They will absorb the heat. Again, they will go in burrow, right? This is what you have seen. Why? They are absorbing to maintain their own constant body temperature. These are called as cold-blooded animals. And these are also called as ectotherms. Ectotherms. These are ectotherms. UPSC, I think that UPSC will ask this question now, not now, some or other day. What UPSC loves to do is that it will change the terms. It will use the term ectotherm and will link it to eurythermal, or vice versa. Endotherms, it will link to stenothermal. It will give a statement like, for example, endothermic organisms or the organisms which are cold-blooded and are adapted to narrow range of temperature. So is it correct? No, because those are ectotherms. और इससे कुछ तो उल्टा, मतलब swapping of the statements, this is called. This is a type of a questions which UPSC loves to ask. तो ये question समझ में आया सबको? Endotherms and ectotherms. Now regarding, तो ये हो गया आपका first, temperature, abiotic conditions. Got the point? How are the organisms, warm-blooded and cold-blooded, endotherms and ectotherms, adapted to the temperature conditions, right? Now let us understand water. Water. As we know, can you drink impure water, guys? No. Why? क्या होता है उससे? Why you don't drink impure water? Diarrhea वगैरह, right? Diseases, waterborne diseases. Similarly, water is going to affect the aquatic ecosystem also. The fish, the people, the organisms which are staying in the water, below water, that will also be affected. That means water quality is very important for the sustenance of the plants and animals. That depends upon following factors. First is dissolved oxygen, DO. Dissolved oxygen matlab it is the total amount of oxygen content within a water. Imagine if dissolved oxygen content reduces, water becomes unfit for drinking, right? Now dissolved oxygen content reduces with increase in temperature. जैसे टेम्परेचर बढ़ेगा, डिजॉल्व ऑक्सीजन कंटेंट इज लेस इन वार्म वाटर्स. Now warm waters में dissolved oxygen content, if it is less, then would it be feasible for the aquatic organisms to survive there? It won't be. So less dissolved oxygen content water is not suitable for the aquatic organisms, इसलिए उनकी मौत हो जाती है, मतलब they die there, right? Similarly, the pH quality of the water. If the water is more acidic, can the fish survive there? Can they survive? No, right? Because the shell forming organisms like snails, vagera, which is made up of carbonate ions will dissolve in highly acidic waters. So इसीलिए the pH is also important. So dissolved oxygen content, pH content of water will determine the quality of the water, and depending upon that, water quality would be determined, and depending upon that, the life will be surviving more. Example लेते हैं, application example. This is what UPSC has asked already. The example, ocean currents. You know what is the meaning of ocean currents? Ocean currents सुना होगा आपने? I hope that everyone have at least read NCERT once in their lifetime. So ocean currents सुना होगा. What is ocean currents? It is nothing but the movement of water in a particular direction under the influence of the winds, right? North equatorial current, Labrador current, सुने ना ये currents geography में? So these water currents में there is one thing called as cold oceanic current and warm oceanic current. Cold oceanic currents are good for fishing वगैरह. Why? Because cold waters में more nutrient availability and basically ज़्यादा algal मतलब phytoplanktons का growth. Due to that, more fishing, right? Similarly, there is one thing called as upwelling zone. Upwelling zones are the zones in the oceanic. For example, Canary Current. Where is Canary Current? Western coast of Africa. वहां से क्या होता है, ठंडा पानी ऊपर आता है. That means water from the lower layers of the oceans will arise upside. When the waters from the lower layers are rising up, will bring abundant amount of nutrients with them. So this abundant amount of nutrients will lead to growth of the phytoplanktons. More number of phytoplanktons, more number of fishes. So जहां पे upwelling zone होगा, वहां पे better fishing grounds. Correct? Are you understanding the application? Oxygen contain nutrients, because water ka nutrients will also be important. How much amount of nutrients are there in the water, that will also determine the amount of biodiversity there. Correct? This is how I would say water affects the animals and plants life in a particular region. So now let us understand sunlight. Sunlight. Now, as we know, very important. What is this? A sun. This is what is our Earth. Incoming solar radiation. This is what we call as electromagnetic spectrum. Electromagnetic spectrum. Complete electromagnetic spectrum is as follows. सबसे पहले, for example, gamma rays, X-rays, UV rays, visible rays, infrared, micro rays, right? And radio waves. This is the electromagnetic spectrum. Am I right? From gamma rays towards radio waves, there is increase in wavelength. This is a topic of physics, but here you need to understand it. That is why I am teaching it. Because everything is clubbed, you need to have concrete understanding. Increasing wave, and there is decrease in frequency, right? Frequency. From gamma to radio waves. That is why radio waves are used for communication. Gamma rays use नहीं करते. Logical है? That is why X-ray rays का I would say The frequency is very high. That is why it is used for X-rays in biomedical industries, right? Because you can find what is there inside, right? Now here, out of all these things, this visible spectrum of the electromagnetic spectrum is only needed for photosynthesis. Wavelength ranging from 400 to 700 nanometers is very important for photosynthesis. Photosynthesis के लिए out of all this electromagnetic spectrum, हमें सिर्फ 400 to 700 nanometer spectrum wavelength is needed. This is called as photosynthetic active radiation. Photosynthetic active radiation, right? Out of this visible spectrum, as we know, this is divided into violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red. Out of all these 7 components, the most effective of these are blue and red component. Blue and red components are most effective in photosynthesis process. समझ में आया? ये सारे पीटी के क्वेश्चन है. Got the clarity? Photosynthesis मतलब sunlight, the quality of the sunlight is very important because plants are damaged by ultraviolet radiation. That means if sunlight is extreme, having extreme frequency, then that is not good for photosynthesis. Sunlight is needed for all the things, that especially for photosynthesis. Very important for photosynthesis. Getting the point? Now, sunlight determines the migratory activity, the reproduction activity, and the foraging activity of various animals, right? मतलब depending upon the sunlight, कितना ज़्यादा sunlight availability है, migration, foraging, reproduction is also determined. Got the point? तो ये हो गया आपका sunlight as a component which is affecting the plants and animals, right? The third important component. पहला कौन सा देखा हमने? Temperature, water, sunlight. Now let us understand next component, that is salinity. Salinity is nothing but, in simple words, the total amount of dissolved salts in 1000 milligram of water. Now, depending upon this, salinity affects the aquatic organisms. Right? Now, certain aquatic organisms like fish species or other species, sometimes they are adapted to wide range of salinity. And some of them are adapted to narrow range of salinity. Few of the aquatic organisms, that is, I am speaking about fish, reptile species, etc. Some of the fish species will be adapted to very wide range. मतलब they can stay in ponds also, estuaries also, or in the oceans, etc. So those type of fish or aquatic organisms are called as euryhaline. And जो यहाँ पे होते हैं उनको बोलते हैं stenohaline. Nowadays, environmental biology questions are increasing. That is why I am teaching this. And this is what is given in NCRTs, right? This is what Shankar ignores. Shankar Science का book ये ज़्यादा देता नहीं है. And from here only questions are coming, right? So ना, it's just like analogical to temperature. Eurythermal, wide range of temperature. Adaptation, stenothermal मतलब narrow range. Exactly, if haline means salt content. Getting the point? So wide range के लिए euryhaline organisms and stenohaline organisms. Question are, UPSC will love to ask you which of the following are euryhaline and stenohaline. इसका एक एग्जांपल याद रखना, टेनोहलाइंस में देयर इज गोल्ड फिश इज एन एग्जांपल ऑफ टेनोहलाइंस. इसका एग्जांपल all the other like salmon, herring, etc. These are the fish species. If possible, see the images when you go home, right? इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? Wide ranges, narrow range of salinity temperatures. इसका मतलब ये हुआ, these fish species can survive near mangroves, near estuaries, right? Getting the point? And this can survive कहाँ पे? In either rivers or ponds in freshwater ecosystems, right? So this is about the salinity. Again, we have another abiotic factors like soil वगैरह. So if a soil is having more nutrients, then abundant amount of vegetation or the plant growth will be there. Wherever there is abundant amount of plant growth, होता क्या है? More amount of animals would be surviving, right? So depending upon the quality of the soil also, the plants in a particular area would be surviving. I hope that you got clearly what is the how these abiotic factors are affecting the plants and animal growth. Now let us understand the biotic factors. First, the producers, the most important. समझ में आ रहा है सबको? Now in biotic factors, मतलब living organisms of the ecosystem. Most important is producers. UPSC nowadays is asking more questions upon this part. I just see the questions if anyone has it. यहाँ तक क्लियर है सबको? One more मतलब guideline to the online students. Focus on the lecture, not on your optional or something, right? Few of the students are discussing about optional ये वो prelims है. I'm telling you 1011 seats after 6 years, ऐसे opportunity बाद में कभी नहीं आएगी. I guarantee you. So मतलब see, I have written 5 means, 2 times civil services interview, and I was selected as an assistant commandant in year 2015 with all India rank 55. But I left the service because I love teaching. Again, I'm telling, during my time there were only 750, 800 ये वो सीट्स रहते थे. क्या उसमें कुछ बचता ही नहीं. I'm telling you honestly, 1011 seats means you are not understanding it is a golden era of UPSC. Take it as an opportunity. ये बाकी का whatever the chatting you are doing ना, ये कुछ काम का नहीं वो. Trust me, I have seen lot of people. ऐसा मत करो, पढ़ाई करो. इतना डिटेल कौन पढ़ाएगा यार? हमारे वक्त हमारे कोई नहीं पढ़ा था. वी हैव टू स्टडी, दैट इज व्हाई ये सब कुछ आ रहा है. चलो ठीक है. तो लेट अस फर्स्ट अंडरस्टैंड द प्रोड्यूसर्स. आई होप दैट यू आर गेटिंग हाउ द क्वेश्चंस आर बीन आस्क्ड वगैरह. प्रोड्यूसर्स, द प्रोड्यूसर्स एज वी नो आर द ऑर्गेनिजम्स in a food chain which produce the food. So who produce the food? The plants produce the food, right, by the process of photosynthesis. Now, photosynthesis is a process where क्या होता है photosynthesis में? Atmospheric carbon dioxide in the presence of water and sunlight forms, क्या करते हैं form? Carbohydrates, C6H12O6 plus oxygen, carbohydrate, right? This is what is the photosynthesis. That means photosynthesis is taking in the presence of sunlight. Now here these carbohydrates are stored where? In plants. हम लोग पालक, पराठा, wheat, क्या है वो? Carbohydrates ही है, right? That means it is a stored form of energy. I would say it is a potential energy. This is what is the UPSC has asked. Carbohydrates is a stored energy, मतलब a form of a potential energy. Correct? मतलब simple but basic. So again a question. What the point? Photosynthesis के लिए producers. Now producers are present on land also and in oceans also. Very important. Nowadays UPSC बहुत ज़्यादा focus कर रहा है इसके ऊपर. Lands के ऊपर who are the main producers? Plants, right? Or I would say algae. In oceans, that is in waters, the producers are again the photosynthesis wala plant species. Who are these? The names are as follows. First, diatoms. ये पूछा है यूपीएससी ने 2 बार. Diatoms क्या होता है? A type of algae. Then cyanobacteria or blue green algae. Phytoplanktons. Then dinoflagellates. You have to compulsorily remember these. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? These are all the primary producers, right? Primary producers in ocean or marine ecosystem, right? Who? The diatoms, cyanobacteria or blue green algae, phytoplanktons, dinoflagellates, etc. आपको इतना भी पता हुआ तो भी आंसर हो जाता है. यूपीएससी loves to ask a food chain. In food chain, who will be the first one? The producer one. आपको ये पता होगा कि these are the producers, बात खत्म. Right? Getting the point? So land and producers का this is the point. Now photosynthesis generally मतलब almost 100% takes place in the presence of the sunlight. However, there are certain, this is land based, this is ocean based, there are certain chemosynthetic bacteria. Chemosynthetic bacteria. कहाँ पे ये बैक्टीरिया? इन हाइड्रोथर्मल वेंट्स. मतलब you might have studied plate tectonics. In plate tectonics you might have studied that कि deep below the oceans there are certain time rifts and valleys. At that particular depth it's highly impossible for the sunlight to penetrate that particular depth. So sunlight is not there, but despite that there are certain bacteria which are living beings, right? That means living beings are present there. मतलब biota, मतलब a life is present at a particular hydrothermal vents. How is it possible? Despite the absence of sunlight. इसका मतलब है certain bacteria, I am not speaking anything, a certain type of bacteria which perform a chemosynthetic process through which they prepare their own food in the absence of sunlight, right? So ये कैसा होता है? For example, how they produce the sugar, hydrogen sulfide plus use of carbon dioxide in the water, etc. We need not to go into detail, but इतना समझ लो there is a life in hydrothermal vents where there is the absence of sunlight. What the point? This is about the producers. This is the most important part. Here you need to understand in oceans who are the primary producers. What the point? Now, after biotic elements में, as we have seen, components देख रहे थे हम लोग. First we are seeing the definition, the types. ये types बाद में देखेंगे हम लोग. Components and then adaptations. Components में biotic components all. इसमें producer खत्म हुआ. Very important है. Ask 2 to 3 times. Next, consumers, easy part, and then we'll see decomposers. Decomposers is also very important. Asked 2 to 3 times by UPSC. Consumers. Consumers are heterotrophic organisms. Heterotrophic organisms. Heterotrophic organisms, consumers cannot produce their own food. They cannot produce their own food and they are dependent upon primary producers, right? They are dependent upon the primary producers for their food. For example, human beings who are dependent upon the agriculture activities. Agriculture मतलब वो क्या है? Producer ही है. For example, a food chain. If there is a food chain, for example, grasshopper, then I would say an insect, or I would say rat, a rat eaten by snake, snake eaten by hawk. So here, this is the primary producer in this food chain. This sequence of organisms which are feeding one upon another. For example, rat is feeding upon grasshopper, snake is feeding upon rat. In this simple food chain, this is called as a food chain. So this is what is represented by consumers. Now the consumer can be primary consumer, or secondary consumer, or tertiary. I am writing third, primary, secondary or tertiary. Matlab primary means which is directly dependent upon the grass. Secondary means rat is eating grasshopper, not grass. Tertiary means snake would eat the rat. In this case, grasshopper भी खा सकता है, but imagine it eats only rat. So primary, secondary, tertiary. Now the energy is transferring from grass to grasshopper, from grasshopper to rat, from rat to snake, and from snake to hawk or eagle. Right? This is the sequence of eating. Energy transfer ऐसा ही होता है. ऐसा नहीं होता कि hawk would be consumed by rat या फिर hawk would be consumed by grasshopper. ऐसे नहीं होगा. ऐसा ही होगा food chain में. Got the point? So consumers are nothing but heterotrophic in origin, which cannot produce their own food. They can be either primary, secondary, or tertiary in a food chain. This is easy part, not much focused. This is the most important part. Decomposers. Decomposers are the final element in a food chain component. As we know, the most important decomposers in a food chain are bacteria and fungi. UPSC 2015. Once the dead organic matter is present in the environment, when we die, when any organisms die, or after the leaves die and when they fall on the earth, क्या होता है? उसका decomposition starts. Decomposition done by the bacteria and fungi. इसीलिए foul smell comes, right? Similarly, certain times these feed upon what? Detritus organic matter, right? Who all feed upon detritus organic matter and help? कौन करता है? आपने देखा होगा. Earthworms, we know it, right? They basically feed upon the dead organic matter. That is why they are called as the friends of the farmers. उसके बाद similarly we have millipedes and woodlice. These all are detritus organisms. UPSC 2021, last year. Which of the following organisms are detritus feeders? ये तीन थे, right? उससे पहले मतलब these will help the bacteria and fungi. There is one thing called as decomposition cycle, which includes the following process. First is fragmentation. इसका मतलब ये हुआ, when a leaf, for example, falls on the earth, imagine इसके ऊपर there would be multiple, I would say, termites or the earthworms. When it falls on the earth, it will die. उसको छोटा 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 करने के लिए, जब decaying it will be helpful by the earthworms. This is called as fragmentation. मतलब बड़ा into smaller pieces. Fragmentation. Second, catabolism. Second is leaching. Leaching के बाद catabolism. Leaching. This plant leaf. Plant ने क्या किया था? It had taken up carbon dioxide, water, then the photosynthesis. Due to that, color of the leaf was green. But for the growth of the leaf, the plant also consumed the certain minerals and nutrients like carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, right, from the soil. मतलब इसके इसमें there are certain minerals and nutrients, right? When it die, when it fall on the earth, most of this nutrient from organic matter, this is called as dead organic matter or detritus material. After that, certain minerals and the nutrients of this dead, I would say, vegetation are soluble in water. So क्या होगा? When this is soluble in water, they will start to percolate below the ground. This process of dissolving of the certain nutrients and the minerals and percolating it below the ground is called as leaching. समझ में आया? समझ में आ रहा है ना? This is called as leaching. Then you have, as I said, आपके पास है fragmentation, leaching, then catabolism, where basically in catabolism, these bacteria and fungi will help in further decomposition of this dead organic matter, so that आगे जाके क्या होगा? It will lead to the formation of the just minerals and nutrients, right? इसको हम लोग क्या बोलते हैं? Humus, right? You might have seen that humus, that is dark amorphous substances, the farmers are spraying in their own crop fields, right? Manure देखा होगा आपने, manure, cow dung. After decomposition वगैरह क्या करते हैं हम लोग? We spread it in the farm. वो होता है humus generally, dark amorphous substance. It's a colloidal solution having abundant amount of minerals and nutrients that will help for plant growth. This is what is called as process of decomposition cycle. So UPSC till now have asked about which are the people who are involved in the decomposition, that is bacteria and fungi and detritus organisms. So these are the two questions asked. So here I feel that ये वाला part is remaining, leaching. Leaching मतलब क्या? Water soluble will come down below the water, right? Under the influence of the water. ये पता होना चाहिए आपको. Now here application of this is there in what you know as biogas and bio-toilets. देखा होगा आपने? Biogas, if most of you have ever gone in the agriculture crop fields, देखा होगा. Biogas देखा है ना? All the cow dung etc. all the organic matter is put in a particular I would say a bin, right? वहाँ पे क्या होता है? Aerobic and anaerobic digestion होता है, and from that you get a gas, right? Similarly bio-toilets के लिए मतलब here bacteria, certain bacteria will also help in decomposition. Bio-toilets के ऊपर एक क्वेश्चन पूछा था यूपीएससी ने, where basically bacterial I would say decomposition is ongoing, right? मतलब ये application है इसका, right? This is basics about environment and ecology. That is about, I hope that you got this point. सारा समझ में आया? Components, biotic and abiotic. Now let us try to understand the certain responses and adaptations to these biotic and abiotic factors. मतलब how these plants and animals are adapting to temperature, sunlight, etc. We have already seen, मतलब by process of which organisms, certain organs are called as endotherms, ectotherms, etc. But certain responses हम लोग डिटेल में देखते हैं. Very important, right? ये पूरा topic is important. Let us see certain responses. Various responses by the organisms yes, one of the student is saying, sir, can the vultures be considered as decomposers? So yes, they are detritus, right? Because they are feeding upon the detritus. That is why there was one issue, again a UPSC question 2013 or 14. Vultures were going extinct. Lot of vultures were dying. You might have heard in newspaper. Question is, why were vultures dying? It is due to a drug named as diclofenac. Diclofenac is a, कौन सा drug है वो? A painkiller, right? which was used kahan pe? Cattles. And cattles die, so that diclofenac used to accumulate within the tissues of the dead mass of the cattle which got died. So hota ye tha ki these vultures were eating that tissues, right? That is the dead organic matter. उसके बाद वो डाइक्लोफेनाक उनके इसमें जाएगा और मर जाएंगे वो. This is what is called as मतलब bioaccumulation, right? This is what we are going to study later, but since he asked here, I thought to answer this question. और कुछ doubt है? चलो, response. Now, response of the various plants. I'm saying response of various plants and animals. Response of various plants and animals to abiotic and biotic factors. AC remote. Please switch this on. So response. So response by the various plants and animals can be in following 4 ways only. सबसे पहला, very important है, पहला migration. What is the meaning of migration? Migration is nothing but temporary movement of a particular organisms over a long distance for a particular period of time, right? So who does this migration? देखा होगा आपने. Example बोलो. Very good. Birds. Example, Siberian crane. Siberian cranes from Siberia move till कहाँ तक migrate करते हैं? Till Madagascar, right? Till Africa. They passes through various regions. From India, for example, they come to Kevladev, Ghana National Park in Rajasthan. मतलब migration is there by the bird species, right? To adapt to the extreme type of climates. क्यों extreme? Because in winters there is absolute chilling cold in Siberia. So इसीलिए birds will start to migrate to the more adaptive conditions. Similarly, migration we can see in the fish also, in waters. Similarly, we can see the migration of animals. For example, migration of the snow leopard, tigers. देखा होगा ना आपने? Snow leopard. There is one thing called as Global Snow Leopard Alliance. It is an alliance of 12 countries, right? कहाँ के 12 countries? Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, India, right? ये वाला पूरा ऊपर का part, right? Snow leopard does not know whether he is moving in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Kashmir या फिर ये, right? These are the political boundaries. मतलब snow leopards will migrate towards south during winters, right? Because more harsh climate ऊपर होगा towards the north, right? So migration is one way of response of certain animals, correct? Second way is through suspension. Certain bacteria and fungi which are very old have thick pores around it which can suspend certain activities. Suspension modes are different. There are different modes of suspension. First, hibernation. Now you understood. Hibernation. Hibernation मतलब क्या होता है? Winter sleep. Very good. Winter sleep. मतलब it is a state of inactivity or low metabolism to save the energy, right? Who does hibernation activity or who suspends the activity for temporary period? Very good. Example, polar bears, then bats, very good, or rodents. UPSC 2017. Which of the following organisms show hibernation activity? Polar bears, bats, rodents. Suspension activity is also seen through what we know as aestivation. एस्टिवेशन मतलब इसका पूरा उल्टा, दैट इज ड्यूरिंग विंटर्स दीज ऑर्गेनिजम्स गो इनएक्टिव टू सेव द एनर्जी. इसका पूरा उल्टा इज समर स्लीप, that is aestivation, right? Aestivation generally is observed in cold blooded animals, example fish and certain species of snail. Fish and certain species of snails. समझ में आ रहा है आपको? Fish and snail. So aestivation and hibernation are a means of sustain or are a mean of response to certain abiotic factors. क्या है response to abiotic factors? For example, temperature. When temperature falls absolutely below 0 degree centigrade or very low temperature, response क्या होगा? Winter sleep. If the temperature is very high, response क्या होगा? Aestivation. Getting the point? Similarly, migration. अगर temperature बहुत ज़्यादा है, migrate करेगा, right? Third, this is first is migration, second is suspension. Third, response का mechanism is, I'm saying conforms. CONFORMS. So basically, as we know, around 99% of the total species that we find, most of them cannot maintain the constant body temperature on their own. They have to maintain their body temperature with changing external environment, right? The organisms, for example human beings, अभी क्या हो रहा था यहाँ पे, in this classroom there was too much hot, तो हमने क्या किया, we started AC, right? The organisms which are able to ensure their constant body temperature with the external body temperature, मतलब एक होता है internal, एक होता है external. Constant fluid temperature inside, that is called as osmoregulation, and outside, that is called as thermoregulation. ये दो चीजें, which the organisms which can maintain it is called as regulate. That means through the mechanisms of regulate and conforms, one can respond to the abiotic factors. For example, let us understand here. This is regulate ka example, I will tell. This is internal. On y-axis, you have, I would say, internal body level, and this is external. So basically, if you understand this diagram, what you will understand is that with changing external conditions, internal body condition क्या रह रहा है? Constant. Conforms में क्या होता है? For example, this is conforms. With changing external temperature, internal temperature भी क्या हो रहा है? Change हो रहा है. The organisms which have to change with respect to the external conditions are called as conforms. The one which can maintain the constant body temperature are called as regulate. So this is a way of response. Example, regulate का example is either, I would say, body temperature. Constant body temperature humans का कितना है? 36.4 degree centigrade. So during, they can maintain this by either sweating or shivering, but they will maintain constant body temperature. So this is one of the response of the human beings to the external conditions, to the abiotic conditions. समझ में आ रहा है आपको? Generally, I would say warm-blooded animals or endothermic animals can ensure a regulate process. Cold-blooded animals or ectotherms are forming the part of the conforms. Got the point? तो ये probable MCQ है. This is the way of response. चार है: migrate, suspension, regulate, conforms. So these are the four ways of the response. So let us understand adaptations. Very important. Adaptations by various plants and animals to abiotic and biotic conditions. There are three ways of adaptation: morphological, behavioral, and physiological. morphological. UPSC has asked question on each topic which I have taught till now. Morphological adaptation. इसका मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि बाकी की चीज नहीं पढ़ा रहा हूं. Again, I am teaching, but I hope that you are getting it. Morphological adaptation. Example: morphology means change in the physics. Example पूछते हैं UPSC. Giraffe का long neck. We find giraffes in savanna. Savanna में there are very less. It is a grassland, but savanna does not. It's a grassland does not. It's a misnomer actually, because it does not mean that there is complete absence of vegetation or plants. वहाँ पे plants है, कहाँ पे? In savanna, but those are tall and वहाँ पे leaves are at very larger heights. इसीलिए during the process of evolution, giraffe का neck has elongated neck. समझ में आई आपको? Similarly, morphological adaptations of desert plants. क्या है desert plant का adaptations? Yeah, thick cuticle, then deep roots or tap roots. Tap root. They are widely spaced. Widely spaced. Certain plants will have no leaves, right? Like opuntia. And if there is no leaves, then do photosynthesis. कैसे? कहाँ से करते हैं photosynthesis? Through stems. Thick cuticle. Stomato is under the deep pits. आपने देखा होगा ना? Cactus plant. क्या होता है वहां पे? Thorns. 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 They are widely spaced. The root system is taproot system. Deeper roots. Why? To get the water. These all are nothing but the adaptation of a plant for certain abiotic conditions, right? What are the conditions? Harsh temperature, less availability of the water. इसीलिए desert plants have grown in this way. इसीलिए giraffe का neck is long. That essentially means that human beings, from its evolution from monkey to Homo sapiens, changes तो हुआ है ना? Monkey, then Homo, बाकी का as you know मतलब कैसे हुआ from monkey towards the Homo sapiens. As we know, Darwin said there is a process of natural selection and survival of the fittest. इसका मतलब है on ecological time scale, when the life started till now, there have been changes in all plants and animals. Why? So that they can adapt to the external condition and maintain their constant body temperature, right? That is what we call as state of homeostasis. Homeostasis. Homeostasis मतलब thermoregulation and osmoregulation. Example देखते हैं osmoregulation का. In salinity, what we saw, certain fish which are adapted to wide range of salinity. क्या बोलते हैं उनको? Euryhalide, right? Salmon, herring, etc. Now imagine if salmon and herring, if they are taken out from the oceans and if they are put in a particular small river, will they survive? They won't survive. If a river, if a goldfish, if it is taken and if it has been implanted to ocean, will it survive? No. Why? Because of osmotic pressure. To maintain constant osmotic pressure, organisms have to adjust to the external conditions. So over the period of time, all the plants and animals which are old till date have certain natural selection process, certain mutualism, right? Mutualism में मतलब क्या होता है कि certain times various genes come together to make it more resistant, more strong against the external conditions, right? Getting the point? So this is how we find morphological adaptations of the various plants and animals with respect to the external conditions. उसके बाद here again we have another rule, that is polar bears. Polar bears या फिर animals in tundra region, animals in tundra regions या फिर human beings in tundra region are having large body size but very narrow, I would say, the limbs, ears, eyes, etc. Why? To store the energy and reduce the evaporation losses. This is called as Allen's rule. Allen's rule कहता है the species in the polar region will have larger size and smaller limb. Q, because they want to adjust to the external conditions. You might have been knowing about a particular organism, for example, about a particular physiological adaptation. ये morphological में physiology की बात कर रहा हूँ. About a thick layer below the skin called as blubber, right, which acts as an insulator against the low temperatures outside the body, right. तो ये समझ में आया, वो बाकी का बाद में देखेंगे. ये समझ में आया. Examples: Allen's rule, deserts, and giraffe. Similarly, you might have seen that in equatorial forest, the trees are growing in canopy. बहुत बड़े बड़े trees होते हैं. क्यों? Because there is always a competition between the trees for what? Sunlight. Getting the point? That means morphological मतलब larger heights. This is the first type of adaptation by the plants, animals, or other organisms to the abiotic condition. Let us see the second. This is morphological. Next is physiological. Physiological. Example: kangaroo rat. Kangaroo rat found in Northern America. It can survive without water for a very long duration of time. कैसे? Through internal fat oxidation. Very good. Fat oxidation. Correct? Through internal fat oxidation, it can generate the water and it can survive the hostile hot conditions, right? Similarly, आपने ये देखा होगा, camel. Camel क्या करता है? कहाँ पे होता है पानी? Camel hump में पानी है कि क्या है? Fats. Hump basically represent the fats. जहाँ पे क्या होता है? Fat होता है. That can be similarly oxidized to get water. Right? Camels, ये क्या है पूरा? Physiological adaptations. India में have you ever seen कि two types of ये होता है? Imagine this as a camel. So this is one hump, right? मतलब एक ही. India there are one hump camel and two humps camel. India में कितने मिलते हैं? One hump या two hump? Two hump बोलते हैं उसका, hump. One humped या two humped camel मिलते हैं इंडिया में? हाँ क्या कभी? This is what is GK. This is how the questions are asked in UPSC. Have you ever seen a camel in your lifetime? One hump camel, right? इंडिया में one भी मिलता है and two भी मिलता है. Question is two humped camel कहाँ पे मिलता है? नहीं. Numra Valley in Kashmir. This was the question of 2018. One hump camel and two hump camel. Two hump camel मिलता है क्या? हाँ मिलता है. मतलब it's कहाँ पे नहीं मिलेगा ये? This is a basic idea. मतलब you should have curiosity about it. There is one more type of a camel which can swim. पता है आपको? कहाँ पे मिलता है ये? गुजरात. It can swim and it feeds upon mangroves. That was question of 2016. मतलब curiosity based questions. ये कहाँ पे नहीं मिलेगा? खराई कैमल. उसको क्या बोलते हैं? खराई कैमल. Khara means salt. Understand? Khara means in Kannada it is khara means more spicy, but in Hindi khara means salt, right? So खराई कैमल. खराई कैमल कहाँ पे मिलते हैं? In Gujarat. Run of Kutch, which can swim. So these are three questions camel के ऊपर. Two humped, खराई camel, etc. मतलब curiosity based. So these are the physiological based adaptations. Next, let us understand now behavioral based adaptation. Behavioral based adaptations. For example, you might have seen that certain animals, for example desert lizard. ये all are probable questions. Desert lizard. What have you ever seen in lot of Hollywood movies? You might have seen that desert lizard would be coming outside its own borrowed den and it would be in hot area, right? उसके बाद फिर से जाता होगा. क्यों करता है वो ऐसा? Because it will come to the open environment below the sun to take the energy. It will bask in the sun to gain the energy, to maintain the body temperature. It will increase the body temperature. Again, it will go back to its burrow. Again, when the temperature falls, again it will come. Again, it will bask in the sun. Again, it will go. So this is a type of a behavior, right? Certain animals you might have seen do mimicry, right? मतलब different noises they can produce. Certain animals वो क्या करते हैं? Certain animals can basically camouflage. Lizard देखोगे camouflage, ये क्या particular behavior response है. For example, recent times एक क्वेश्चन आया था, pangolins. Pangolins देखे ना pangolins? After COVID-19, तो everyone should know pangolins, right? So pangolins and hedgehog. Pangolins, hedgehog. All these animals have certain evolved adaptations. For example, spikes रहेगी उसके body के ऊपर, which will protect them from their predators. देखा होगा आपने ये? On मतलब when you go to Facebook, YouTube, बहुत सारे आते हैं ना ये reels वगैरह. You might have seen it. तो ये क्या है? Particular adaptations, response mechanisms, mimicry, camouflage, etc. All the questions have been asked by UPSC till now, whichever I told you. मतलब extra भी बोला है मैंने. What the point? Got the point about the adaptations, that is three forms: morphological, physiological, and behavioral. One more question. You might have seen the various fish species. कहाँ पे? अंटार्कटिका पे. देखा है ना? अंटार्कटिका एंड आर्टिक रीजन. फिश स्पीशीज की बात कर रहा हूं मैं. फिश स्पीशीज. What is the temperature in Arctic and Antarctic? -10, 15, 20, right? So basically, whatever the body fluid is there within the fish should actually freeze. They should not survive in such a freezing temperatures. Am I right? Despite that, they survive. How? How? Because there is certain anti-freeze protein within the body of the fish organisms in Arctic region, which help them to survive in such cold climates. Getting the point? So these are the certain types of, I would say, morphological, behavioral and biological adaptations which UPSC loves to ask. ऐसा क्यों होता है? Right? What the point? So this is all about the theme number 2. That is, I hope that everyone got it. Biotic components, biotic and abiotic components, and उसके बाद responses and adaptations. Got it? इसके ऊपर बहुत ज़्यादा क्वेश्चन आते हैं. Okay, first was terminology, second was this theme. Now let us understand the next part. Yeah. Phyto period. Phyto period, it is the basically the time period where the amount of sunlight is available during that particular time, and in that time the trees will do the photosynthesis. For example, phyto period or photosynthesis period is less in northern hemisphere during winter seasons above alpine region. For example, right now we are in 21st February. 21st February में sun is over Tropic of Capricorn. इसीलिए in India we have the shorter days and longer nights. In Scotland and I would say Sweden, the nights are too long and days are short. So amount of the time period for the photosynthesis, for the vegetation growing in that region is very less with respect to. For example, phyto period for the equatorial forest is throughout the year बहुत ज़्यादा time मिलता है. That is called as phyto period. Okay. So this was the theme number 2 about, I would say, क्या था ये? Ecosystem, ये वाला components and adaptation and response. I hope that you got it. This part we'll see later. मतलब ये forest होगा वगैरह. Let us now understand how this ecosystem functions, because हमने क्या देखा था ecosystem का मतलब क्या देखा था हमने? Ecosystem is structure and function unit of biosphere, where it is connected by energy and nutrient transfer. So now in the upcoming topic, what we are going to see, we are going to see how is this energy transferred and nutrients transferred. Is it fine? इसके लिए we need to understand ecosystem structure and functioning. That is ecosystem का productivity, various trophic levels, food chain, food web. Right? Let us study that. उससे पहले I think that 5 minutes का break ले लो. Have a tea or something. खाना 2-2:30 बजे खाना. Right? Come immediately. I will start in exactly 5 minutes. This is how the classes will be there. I will taking it for a long time, because if you want so much detail, then I need to increase the time. I hope that everyone is comfortable, because ये सब कुछ internet पे available है. I can give you the notes also. मतलब पूरा PDF निकाल दो, Telegram, you will get it. But it won't help you in this way, the way I am trying to tell you. For this I need time. इसके लिए the classes will go for 3.5 hours to 4 hours daily. Right? 5 minutes break ले लो, come back. Chalo, let us start. Am I audible, online students? Someone please comment whether I am audible. Online students, whether I am audible, please comment. कोई नहीं बता रहा. Online students, whether I am audible. And someone please comment whether I am audible. ऑनलाइन चल रहा है क्या देखो. Guys, okay. Sorry. I just saw the comments now. I hope that you are enjoying. चलो अब देखते हैं next theme. So first we started, just a recap for you. We started, as now you might be understanding that we are basically dealing to environment and ecology on the basis of the syllabus and the previous year questions. You are taking down the running notes and I am telling you the questions and ये सब कुछ हो रहा है. Syllabus देखा था हमने, उसके बाद sources, उसके बाद we started with the basic first theme, that is about the terminology. इसमें क्या पूछा, I told you, and what could be the probable questions, right? And from where it has to be studied. उसके बाद we started to understand the components of the ecosystem, right? The types, etc. Here we saw all the abiotic components, biotic components, response and the adaptations. Now let us understand how this ecosystem ka energy and nutrient transfer is ongoing, right? Let us see that. Ecosystem. This is next theme. Ecosystem, structure and function. Now, ecosystem is a structure and a functional unit of a biosphere, but it also have its own functioning. To understand this, you need to understand few concepts. First is about the ecological productivity. Ecological. So, what is ecological productivity? For example, after giving a 5 minutes break, you guys came back. Now you are finding more concentration, right? Simultaneously, you are writing down the notes. Uske karan you are more engaging, right? So basically, productivity is increasing. Each one of you have different IQ and EQ both. Similarly, ecology में desert ecosystem, consider desert ecosystem, consider forest ecosystem, right? In these two ecosystems, if I say that desert ecosystem and forest ecosystem, tell me which one is more ecologically productive? Logically, forest. That means ecological productivity is nothing but the total amount of rate of biomass production by ecology is called as ecological productivity. It is measured per gram square or in terms of energy, kilocalories per meter square. It is measured either in the weight terms or in the energy terms. Now, this is not too important for us. We have to understand ecological productivity varies or differs from ecosystem to ecosystem, right? E means ecosystem to ecosystem. Why is that ecological productivity is different of desert with respect to forest? It is because of few factors, right? What are the factors which will increase the ecological productivity or decrease the ecological productivity? कौन से factors है सबसे पहले? In desert, you have less amount of the plants, less amount of water availability, less amount of nutrients. That means it depends upon the factors which are affecting the ecological productivity are as follows. First is availability of the nutrients. यहाँ पे less nutrients are there with respect to savanna type, तो less ecological productivity. Second is the type of the plant species. The type of plant species. For example, plant species in desert area with respect to plant species in I would say evergreen forest area. Plant का the size of the leaf is large in forest with respect to desert. So ज़्यादा rate of biomass production, ज़्यादा energy production, right? So these are the factors which will affect the ecological productivity of a ecosystem. Similarly, ecological productivity is high in upwelling zones. Upwelling zones of oceans, right? Upwelling zones of oceans में ecological productivity is high. Why? Because of more nutrient availability. Cold waters में ज़्यादा best fishing grounds are found on the wide continental shelves along northeastern USA. Why? Wide continental shelf plus Labrador current, the cold Labrador current bringing abundant amount of fresh water and nutrients along with it from the Arctic region. Getting the point? तो ये हो गया आपका basic points about the ecological productivity. Now, ecological productivity, as I said, varies from ecosystem to ecosystem. Now, this ecological productivity can be classified into two types. That is gross ecological productivity and net ecological productivity. Gross and net ecological productivity. Now, gross primary productivity, ecological productivity is nothing but the total amount of the biomass production. It depends upon also what is called as primary productivity. Primary productivity means it is the total amount of biomass produced by the plants in the respective ecosystem. Very easy. It is the total amount of biomass produced by the animals, or sorry, by the plants in a particular ecosystem. Now, this primary productivity, as I mentioned, can be of two types. Primary productivity can be of two types. One is gross primary productivity and second is net primary productivity. The gross primary productivity, in simple words, is nothing but the total amount of or the total rate of the biomass production. It's just same or equivalent like primary productivity. Net primary productivity is nothing but gross primary productivity minus respiration losses. For example, right now when I'm teaching to you, I'm also having, I'm breathing, right? But when I'm exhaling, I'm inhaling the gases. उसके बाद I'm exhaling. When I'm exhaling, there are carbon dioxide emission plus respiration के बाद क्या होता है? Energy is also released, heat. That means there are certain loss. तो इसका मतलब क्या होगा कि net primary productivity represents the actual amount of available energy or biomass. Actual amount of available energy or biomass production. Now, if you understand at a global level, total net primary productivity of the whole biosphere is around 170 billion tons. इसका the whole biosphere का total net productivity of the total biosphere is 170 billion tons. Out of this, the land has the net productivity of 115 billion tons and इसका कितना हो बचेगा 55 या 65 ना, 55 billion tons बचेगा. So generally I can say the land का primary productivity is more with respect to water despite occupying the less amount on the earth. 70% है, but the productivity is less with respect to water, a paradoxical situation because of the size of the plants. इसमें क्या होता है, waters में small phytoplanktons, वहाँ पे क्या है, यहाँ पे larger plants, so larger ability to do the photosynthesis, so that is why more biomass. कहाँ पे? On the land. I hope that you got the first concept about the ecological productivity. So UPSC loves to ask the question upon this topic with respect to ecological productivity, why it varies from ecosystem to ecosystem, and which factors would affect the ecological productivity of a particular ecosystem, and why is that there is more, I would say, ecological productivity in upwelling zones in the oceanic waters. So these are the probable questions and the asked question by UPSC on this topic. I hope that you got the clarity. Ecological productivity is just like a human mind ka productivity. Is it fine? This was the first concept of ecosystem structure and functioning. Now let us see the second thing, that is about energy flow in an ecosystem. Very important. Energy flow in an ecosystem. One of the students is asking, what is this actual amount of available? So actual amount of available primary productivity मतलब क्या था माने? Actual amount of biomass or energy. I hope that the student got it. ये मैंने क्या लिखा है? It is the actual amount of availability of the energy or the biomass of a particular ecosystem. उसको बोलते हैं gross या फिर net primary productivity. This is not too important, but ये वाला point was more important, right? Now second is energy flow. To understand the energy flow, let us take one food chain, because energy flow essentially incorporates the concept of food chain. Now this is one simple food chain, grazing food chain. It starts from the grass, that is primary producer, right? This is primary producer. This is primary consumer. This is secondary consumer. This is tertiary consumer, right? And ये quaternary है. So as we can see in this simple food chain in a grassland ecosystem, we are understanding the feeding relationship. इसका मतलब है there is a transfer of energy from what we know as primary producer. Who is primary producer here? The grass. Similarly, for humans, वो क्या होगा? Agriculture crop fields, right? That means energy will flow in one direction only. ऐसा नहीं होगा कि rat will give energy to grass. Grass को ही खा के हम लोग बड़े होंगे, right? That is, snake is directly or indirectly dependent upon primary producer. मतलब all the components in the ecosystem are dependent upon the primary consumer. Snake will consume the rat, but rat has already consumed grasshopper, and grasshopper was dependent upon grass. That means this is a food chain. If you understand, this food chain is representing what? The energy flow in a ecosystem. So energy flow generally nahi, is always, it's a rule, is always unidirectional. Very important, is always unidirectional. मतलब ऐसा नहीं होगा कि स्नेक से रैट जाएगा, मतलब ऐसा ही फ्लो होगा वो कंपल्सरीली, राइट? It's always unidirectional. Second, there is loss of energy. There is loss of energy when energy is moving from primary to primary consumer, from primary consumer to secondary consumer, and from secondary consumer to tertiary consumer. Energy generally gets lost in the form of respiration or heat losses. Am I right? When I'm exhaling, heat is generating, right? When you just go home and when you exhale it, अभी भी exhale कर रहे हो, you just feel it. There is a lot of heat coming, right? वो क्या हो रहा है? Respiration. Respiration heat आ रहा है मतलब there is certain energy loss. So energy loss is there when there is a movement of energy from primary producer to the higher level consumers. Am I right? That means there is loss of energy. from one trophic level to other trophic level. Now, energy flow in ecosystem follows two laws of thermodynamics. Follows two laws of thermodynamics. What's the two laws of thermodynamics? Energy can neither be created nor lost. It can be transferred from one form to another form. For example, photosynthesis के बाद the plants will store the energy in the form of potential energy in the form of the carbohydrates. We will consume the carbohydrates, right? उसके बाद metabolism होगा. I will get energy and I will speak. Logical. When I am speaking, the heat is due to this respiration losses. When I am speaking, the heat is the energy is consumed. The energy will lose, right? That means two laws of thermodynamics कौन से? Energy is neither generated nor lost, and energy get transferred from one form to another form, and there is loss of energy. Now this loss of energy from one trophic level to another trophic level, that is from one organism to another organism, again from another organism to another organism, follows 10% law. Follows 10% law, which is also called as Lindemann rule. क्या है ये Lindemann rule? He says, for example, if the primary producer is producing 10,000 kilocalories का energy, example, then only 10% is transferred to the next trophic level. The primary consumer, if this grass is producing 10,000 kilocalorie का energy, grasshopper को कितना मिलेगा? 1000 kilocalories. इसको कितना मिलेगा? 100. इसको कितना मिलेगा? 10. इसको 1. इसके नीचे आएगा क्या? नहीं. That is why maximum trophical level in a food chain कितना होगा? 1, 2, 3, 4. Maximum 4 to 5 levels of trophical level in any food chain, because next organism के लिए energy तो चाहिए ना. Energy loses, almost 90% energy is lost and only 10% energy is transferred. This is called as a Lindemann rule. समझ में आया? In a food chain, energy का कौन main source है? Basically, energy is received to what? Through photosynthesis. We have seen everything in photosynthesis, that is photosynthesis active radiation. याद आएगा? 400 nanometers to 700 nanometers, right? Visible spectrum का. Blue and red are the effective components in the photosynthesis. ये सब कुछ is nothing but the concept of energy flow. I hope that everyone got it. Very important concept. Not अभी तक क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछा है, but here the question can be asked in this form, that is how many number of maximum levels of trophic level can be there in a food chain. Maximum 4 या 5 हो सकते हैं, उसके ऊपर नहीं होगा, right? In general I am saying. Now this energy flow, essentially I have used the word called as TR का क्या मतलब था? Trophic level. That means energy flow essentially involves the concept of trophic level. What's the point? For example, grasshopper, rat eating grasshopper, snake eating rat, and hawk, eagle eating a snake. So rat is representing the second या फिर third trophic level. It is fourth trophic level, for example, right? And this is the fifth trophic level. The trophic level is an essential part in an energy flow. But what is trophic level? Let us understand that. समझ में आएगा? So now we are understanding what is trophic level. So in a food chain, so this is the food chain. This is the ecological pyramid that we are going to study it. But ये food chain में मैंने क्या बोला शुरू में? This was the grassland या फिर grass, and this grass is being consumed by, imagine directly, rat, and rat को खाया snake ने, and snake is being consumed by, I would say, hawk or eagle, right? And this is what is the food chain, right? Energy transfer only 10%, 10% law. So each level is representing a trophic level. The trophic level is nothing but a position of an organism rat is in second trophic level. This is first, this is second, third and fourth. So rat represents a position. This is a second trophic level. मतलब क्या? It represent a position of a particular organism in a food chain. पता चला? Trophic level is nothing but it is a position of an organism in a food chain. In a food chain. This is called as a trophic level. Now, here I am considering each trophic level. मतलब rat. I will consider all the rats on the planet Earth which are dependent upon the grass. I will consider all the snakes, considering anacondas, जो कुछ भी है, सब कुछ, right? So this will have one particular type of a biomass. इनको भी कुछ तो weight होगा, energy होगा. Now if I calculate each trophic level consists of I would say mass of a living matter. Mass of living matter. Mass of a living matter मतलब total mass of the biomass of the snakes or total energy of the snakes which is going to transfer to eagle. So this is called as a standing crop. This is called as a standing, I would say, crop. Standing crop का मतलब क्या होता है? It is the total amount of mass of a living matter in a respective trophic level. What the point? इसको क्या बोलते हैं? Standing crop. Because this has not been asked, so I think that कि ये पूछेंगे what is this standing state या फिर standing crop. Standing state का मतलब क्या होगा कि ये इसमें trophic level में, in trophic level 3, what is the total amount of energy available या फिर biomass available at trophic level 3, that is represented by a particular standing state या फिर standing crop. Now there is one more interesting fact. Imagine a species called as sparrow. Now what does sparrow eat? Tell me in general. It can feed upon jowar, bajra seeds, right? आपने देखा होगा ना. It can also eat insects, right? It can also eat insects. मतलब इसके पास दो ऑप्शन है. Either it can eat the seeds or it can eat the insect. Now when the sparrow is eating the seed, किसका? A tree का or jowar tree का, for example, jowar crop का, sorry. Jowar crop, if a sparrow is dependent upon the jowar crop, upon the seeds, then it is the primary consumer. Am I right? If sparrow is eating insects, then grasses के ऊपर insects are depend, and then sparrow is eating the insects. That means it is a secondary consumer. इसका मतलब है trophic level does not represent organism as a such. It represents function of that respective thing. When sparrow is eating an insect, it would be at second trophic level. तो ये उसका हो गया function in that respective food chain. For example, a sparrow in a I would say countryside area would be dependent upon the farm, right? It will depend upon the farm, I would say crop fields. उस वक्त sparrow, for example, would be in primary. That means trophic level is not representing actually an organism. It is representing function of that organism. समझ में आया आपको? Sparrow I can keep it here also ना. So this is a question which I am expecting. Trophic level is basically representing function level of a organism and not organism as a such. What the point? ये बाकी क्वेश्चन है ना. I think these two are the probable areas. Now this trophic level I used one word called as food chain, right? और यहाँ पे भी I showed you one thing called as food chain. So let us understand how this energy flow is linked to trophic level and how this trophic level help us to understand the concept of food chain. So food chain जो हमने देखा, what was this? A food chain. Grasshopper feeding grass, rat eating grasshopper, snake eating grass. This is the food chain. So what is the food meaning of food chain? It is nothing but a sequence of feeding relationships of different organisms within a ecosystem. Different organisms within a ecosystem is called as a food chain. Now each step in a food chain is represented by a particular trophic level, जो कि ये दिखाया था. First step, second, third, fourth. Each step is representing a unique trophic level. Trophic level का meaning देखा हमने. Food chain का मतलब पता चला. Now this food chain, now it starts the important point. This is a concept. Food chain. Food chain can be basically divided into two types. That is grazing food chain and detritus food chain. Detritus food chain and grazing food chain. When a food chain starts with a primary producers, that is through plants, then that is called as a grazing food chain. Detritus food chain starts with, what does it start with? Detritus या फिर dead organic matter. When they die, it starts. This is a simple word. जब ये मरेंगे तब ये शुरू होगा, right? Now grazing food chain, as we have seen, is present over land also and in oceans also. So here, example I am saying land or terrestrial, and here I am telling you oceans का, right? Land के ऊपर example of grazing food chain can be seen in the same form, that is grass, grasshopper, rat, snake and eagle. This is a simple food chain on land. ये ज़्यादा important नहीं है, ये important है. That means here primary producer कौन था? Primary producer. This was primary consumer, secondary consumer, tertiary consumer and quaternary consumer, right? Energy is transferring in this way. Oceans maybe there would be primary producers, right? उसके बाद primary consumer and then उसके बाद secondary consumers. This is a food chain in oceans. But who are the primary producers in oceans? Who are they? Phytoplanktons. Similar to trees, यहाँ पे phytoplanktons, which can be also in the form of diatoms, blue-green algae, cyanobacteria, dinoflagellates. सब कुछ याद करना है, सब कुछ यूपीएससी ने पूछा है. Dinoflagellates, blue-green algae, cyanobacteria, coccolithophores. So these all are representing the primary producers in the oceans. मतलब these are the photosynthesis plants, phytoplanktons, diatoms, blue-green algae, or I am saying cyanobacteria, coccolithophores, dinoflagellates. UPSC 2021, cyanobacteria वगैरह वगैरह ये सब कुछ. Getting the point? Whenever UPSC loves to ask this question, type of the questions asked in food chain, that I will tell you later. But ये समझ में आया? तो इनको कौन खाएगा? Primary consumers will eat the primary producers. तो phytoplanktons को कौन खाएगा? Zooplanktons, right? Tiny microorganisms. उसको कौन का खाएगा? Secondary consumers who will feed upon zooplanktons, larger fishes. ये क्या हुआ? Oceanic का, ecosystem का food chain. More important, frequently asked by UPSC. You should be knowing who are the primary producers. बस आपको नाम याद करने हैं. You have to remember these names. Easy है. Diatoms, dinoflagellates, cyanobacteria, coccolithophores, blue-green algae, etc. What the point? The question is, what is the significance of this food chain? अच्छा, detritus बाकी है ना? Detritus in simple words starts with the detritus organic material. Now here, for example, imagine this is dead organic matter. On this dead organic matter, earthworms, or I would say bacteria, fungi will depend. earthworms will be consumed आगे जाके by small beetles or insects. Beetles will be further consumed by small birds. Getting the point? तो ये भी हो गया आपका parasitic food chain और detritus food chain. What the point? Question is, what is the significance of this food chain? Significance of the food chain help us to understand the feeding relationships. Feeding relationships of the different organism. कौन किसको खा रहा है? We can understand that. So because tomorrow, for example, कल जाके अगर rats are getting extinct and if you want to save the rats, conserve the rats, तो इसका मतलब है आपको क्या conserve करना होगा? Grasshoppers. To understand this, food chain will help us. Getting the point? Food chain also help us to understand the concept of bioaccumulation and biomagnification. These are the two different terms that I will teach later, but यहाँ पे समझ लो ये. This will help us to understand the bioaccumulation and biomagnification. Bioaccumulation का example and biomagnification का example is what we discussed earlier with respect to diclofenac in vultures. So vultures, which are the detritus eaters who consume the dead organic matter, were dying because of the consumption of the dead organic matter which was having diclofenac, right? A painkiller in cattle. उसके कारण वो मर रहे थे. That means the diclofenac is been transferring from the chemicals to the cattle and from cattle to, I would say, vultures. This is an example of biomagnification. मतलब this is one type of food chain. इसका हमें we get to understand this through the concept of food chain. Got the point? It also helps us to understand the various type of biotic interactions. Biotic interactions. मतलब what is the relationship between grasshopper and rat? It is a relationship of predation. Rat is going to eat grasshoppers. It is not going to benefit. ऐसा नहीं कि ये दोस्त है इसका. They are not friends. It is going to consume it, right? The snake is going to consume rat. That means it is a predator. So to understand these relationships, food chain help us. Now, on this topic, UPSC has asked many times of questions on this part. Basically, this part का मतलब क्या है? UPSC in 2021 recently asked question upon which of the following are the primary producers in the ocean ecosystem. Example था cyanobacteria, lichens, blue-green algae, etc. So you should be knowing it. Second type of questions asked in food chain is to identify the food chain. Identify the correct food chain. So I think in 2013 the question was diatoms, crustaceans, herrings. या फिर crustaceans, herrings and diatoms. Which one is more correct? First or second? Identify the correct sequence of food chain. Diatoms, crustaceans, herrings. Herrings, crustaceans, diatoms. Which one is correct? First or second? Q. मतलब you don't know what is crustaceans, herrings also, but despite that you can get correct answer because you know that these are the primary producers. Logical है? This is how the questions are asked. Now if I am trying to say that which of in for example diatoms, crustaceans, herrings and human beings, right? And human beings को खाया किसने? टाइगर ने, for example. In this, for example, if diatoms which are present in the oceans, if the water is polluted by mercury, then which of the following organism will have maximum proportion of mercury in its body or tissue? Tell me. किस केस में होगा? That is biomagnification. Logical. These are how the questions on food chain and food webs have been already asked. Got the point? किस तरह से questions है? So this is all about the food chain, right? But this food chain is an ideal condition. Is a ideal condition. This does not work in reality. What the point? In reality, what works? Food webs. Very simple, very easy. Food webs मतलब food chain 1, we talked about food chain 2, food chain 3, food chain 4. Now all these food chains are compulsory correlated to one another. Multiple food chains lead to the formation of what we call as food web. So multiple food chain will lead to the formation of the food web. एग्जाम्पल देता हूं मैं, ग्रास होपर, रैबिट, फॉर एग्जाम्पल काउ, लिजार्ड फॉर एग्जाम्पल, तो लिजार्ड को खाया ग्रास होपर ने, उसके बाद रैट, उसके बाद टाइगर वगैरह. दैट मीन्स हियर फॉर एग्जाम्पल टाइगर हैज मोर देन वन ऑप्शन टू ईट. इट कैन ईट अपॉन एनीथिंग, इट कैन आइदर कंज्यूम रैबिट ऑल्सो, मतलब इमेजिन रैबिट होगा, डियर होगा, राइट, ग्रास होपर, डियर, डियर भी खा सकता है. मतलब फूड वेब रिप्रेजेंट्स multiple food chains, right, which are totally interrelated and interconnected. Due to that, the species, all the species, rabbit क्या कर सकता है, for example during the evolution of time, rabbit can eat grasshopper also, it can eat basically, for example I am saying grass also, मतलब it has two options, right. snake के पास, for example snake has option either to eat grasshopper या फिर कुछ और खा सकता है, lizard भी खा सकता है वो, right. मतलब it has multiple options. Due to this multiple food chains, that is multiple food chains leads to formation of the food web. Due to that, organism gets multiple options, and due to multiple options, the rate of the survival or the chances to survive increase हो गए या decrease हो गए? Increase. Essentially, it represents all possible feeding relationships. All possible feeding relationships. So this is more practical than food chain. Food chain is only helpful for understanding basic things. Food web क्या होगा? Multiple food chains which are forming together. समझ में आई? Food chain and food web. इसके ऊपर ज़्यादा focus नहीं किया UPSC ने till now, but this is what is the concept of food web. Now let us understand. So I will just recall and revise. We have started here. Structure and functioning of ecosystem. We first understood the concept of ecological productivity. Especially questions on this part have been already asked, and probability is that it may be asked later. So if I say ecological productivity of forest, is it more than desert? Yes or no? Yes, logical, right? Then we saw the concept of energy flow, how it is there, thermodynamics law, 10% law, food chain, trophic levels, etc. Then we understood the concept of trophic level. Then we saw the concept of food chain and food web. So here I essentially spoke about multiple times about what I call as trophic level. Trophic level 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So here we have discussed about trophic level, right? Now let us see this trophical level ke baad. What was this? I said, what is this? A pyramid, ecological pyramid. Why ecological? Because it is representing the position of the organisms in environment and ecology in a particular diagrammatic way. That is why it is called as ecological pyramid. Now let us understand ecological pyramids. Ecological pyramid ये था, this is what we have saw. That means in simple words, what is ecological pyramid? It is nothing but the diagrammatic representation of various trophic level in a particular food chain. Diagrammatic representation of the various trophic level. Ashutosh is asking about the bioaccumulation. I am going to come to that. Please wait. यहाँ पे होने के बाद I will come to it. Diagrammatic representation of trophic level is called as ecological pyramid. Simple. Now this ecological pyramid can be of either of three types. सबसे पहला, it can be ecological pyramid of number, biomass and energy. मतलब this triangle can represent either, these are nothing but the trophic level. These are trophic levels. This is first trophic level, second, third, fourth. Now as per this, and this trophic level lead to formation of ecological pyramid. But this trophic level can either represent a number or a biomass or an energy. Energy we have already seen. That means there are two ways of representing the biomass. What is this? Upright. ये क्या है? Inverted. इसका मतलब है the number of organisms from here to the top are increasing and reducing? Increasing, sorry, decreasing, right? For example, here if I say the species of the grass, this is grasshopper, these are rats, and these are I would say tiger le lo. That means this is a upright pyramid of numbers. Upright pyramid of number बोल रहा हूं मैं. That means the number of the grasshoppers is less with respect to grasses, rats are less with respect to grasshoppers, and tigers are less with respect to the rats, right? So it can represent the numbers, or it can also represent biomass. What is biomass? Biomass is nothing but a total amount of the dry weight of all the organisms in a particular trophic level. So if I take a weight of all the grasslands across the whole world, if I take the dry weight of all the rats across the whole world, then also in grassland ecosystem, I am saying in grassland ecosystem, for example, अगर इसका weight है, for example, 10,000 kilocalories, sorry, for example, milligrams per cubic meter, right? तो यहाँ पे होगा 1000, for example, then 100, then 10. So this is अगर weight. That means biomass can also be represented on the trophic level. This is called as upright trophic levels of iska numbers and biomass. That means pyramid of the ecological pyramid of number can be upright and inverted. Similarly, the biomass pyramid can also be upright or inverted. However, energy pyramid is always upright. मतलब, in simple words, sorry, मतलब, this is upright pyramid. That means energy, for example, will compulsorily reduce from grass to tiger. As I mentioned, 10,000 kilocalories, then 1000 kilocalories, 100 kilocalories, and 10 kilocalories, right? Energy, this is 10% law. As per Lindman's law, laws of thermodynamics, that is, energy cannot be created nor be destroyed. It can be transferred from one form of energy to other form of energy. This is what we have discussed. ऐसा नहीं होगा कि the energy from the grass which is transferring to grasshoppers will increase. ऐसा नहीं होगा. That means here why is that energy reducing? Because of the respiration losses or the heat losses. इसका मतलब है टाइगर को सबसे ज्यादा एनर्जी, ऐसा नहीं होगा. Energy would be maximum in grass only at this trophic level 1 only. So energy flow का pyramid is always upright and unidirectional. Now let us see the examples of number ka pyramid. I hope that everyone is clear with this one. Now let us understand number ka ecological pyramid. Number ecological pyramids, that means it can be upright, means the total number of the organisms in trophic level 1 to trophic level 4 starts to decline. That means reduce. This is seen in generally in kahan pe? Grassland ecosystem. It is seen kahan pe? In grassland ecosystems. also in pond ecosystem. In pond ecosystem. That means primary producers, phytoplanktons would be more with respect to zooplanktons. Zooplanktons would be more with respect to fish. Fish would be more with respect to larger fish. Getting the point? The number can be upright, and the examples are grassland ecosystem and pond ecosystem. However, the number pyramid can be inverted also. Can be inverted also. Let us understand the example. कैसे होगा? पैरासाइटिक फूड चेन से. Example of inverted pyramid ऑफ नंबर की बात कर रहा हूं मैं अभी। कैसे? इमेजिन अ सिंगल ट्री, एक सिंगल ट्री के ऊपर 4-5 birds, 4-5 birds, and also upon this I would say tree, multiple insects are dependent. Multiple insects के ऊपर I would say hyper parasites, or I would say bacteria, fungus, etc. That means the number of the bacteria, insects, एक ही ट्री के ऊपर मल्टीपल बर्ड्स ज्यादा, इंसेक्ट मतलब दिस इज नंबर इज इंक्रीजिंग फ्रॉम फर्स्ट ट्रॉफिक लेवल टू ट्रॉफिक लेवल 4. दिस इज जनरली सीन इन पैरासिटिक फूड चेन. मतलब दीज आर ऑल द पैरासाइट्स. गेटिंग द पॉइंट? तो पैरासिटिक फूड चेन में यू कैन फाइंड द एग्जाम्पल ऑफ द inverted parasitic food chain, or I would say tree ecosystem, a single tree का ecosystem, उसके ऊपर inverted food chain is dependent. I hope that it is clear to everyone. अब biomass को we have already seen example. This itself represents the upright biomass का example. क्या है ये biomass का example? Grasses का biomass would be more with respect to grasshopper का would be more with respect to rats का would be more with respect to tiger. तो basically ये क्या है? basically आपका upright का example again a grassland or forest ecosystem, right? grassland or forest ecosystem. inverted का देखते imagine this. Now we are speaking about the inverted pyramid of what? Of biomass. Inverted pyramid of biomass. Now tell me, have you ever seen the blue shark, blue whale? कितना बड़ा होता है? 400, 1400 kg, 2000 kg वगैरह, right? But if you have you ever seen diatoms? Small, microscopic, dinoflagellates, microscopic. मतलब ओशन इकोसिस्टम का, ओशन इकोसिस्टम या फिर पॉन्ड इकोसिस्टम में. दीज आर फॉर एग्जांपल phytoplanktons. These are zooplanktons. And these are large fish, whales, etc. तो वेट बढ़ रहा है या कम हो रहा है? It is increasing, right? Biomass of this blue whales वगैरह is very, weight of whales etc. is very more, या फिर they are very large in biomass with respect to zooplanktons. Zooplanktons are large with respect to phytoplanktons. So this is a upright and inverted. It is the inverted example of the biomass. समझ में आया? So ecological pyramids, is it done? So ecological pyramid can be of either 3 types: biomass, number or energy. What the point? एक ही पॉइंट आपको ध्यान में रखना है. Ecological pyramid can be either upright या inverted. However, only point that you need to remember is about energy. It will always be upright. And second, when you are considering a pond ecosystem or ocean ecosystem, with respect to numbers, it will always be a upright. However, when you are considering a pond or ocean ecosystem with respect to biomass, it would be, अभी देखा ना हमने, ये क्या है? इन्वर्टेड है ना. ओशन इकोसिस्टम में फूड चेन है, बट दिस बायोमास वुड बी इन्वर्टेड. But the same, if I take the example of number, then tell me the number of the phytoplanktons would be more with respect to zooplanktons. Zooplanktons would be more with respect to small fishes. Small fishes would be more with respect to the whales. Correct? Number की बात करोगे तो upright biomass का, ये inverted. I hope that got you. Question is, if number का था, then why is that we need biomass? The reason is we cannot count all the snakes on the planet Earth. We cannot count all the trees on the planet Earth. So counting is a difficult task, right? And here you are not taking the size into account, right? Here, for example, in this context, here whales are larger, the biomass is more, but when you are considering with respect to number, you are not taking into account the size of an organism. So these are the limitation of the ecological pyramid of numbers. What are the limitations? We cannot count all the species and they are not taking into account the size of an organism. इसीलिए हमें क्या करना पड़ा? Biomass का. Biomass represents the total amount of the dry weight of all the organisms in a particular trophic level. We can have a brief idea about a dry weight or a wet weight of a particular biomass, because we know that the total biomass of the whole biosphere is 170 billion tons, as we have discussed, right? Net primary productivity, sorry. So depend upon that we can calculate. So this is much more better with respect to this. This is a different itself, energy, right? So this is all about the ecological pyramid. So probable question क्या होगा? It's only with respect to, I would say, these two parts and this part. Okay. Now let us understand another point. Now, as rightly one of the student was asking, explain the mercury accumulation. Let us understand that. So I will just club what we have studied. Ecosystem, ecosystem structure and function में सबसे पहले हमने क्या देखा? Ecological क्या था वो? I hope that you are taking down the notes. Huh? If you are taking down the notes and if you are studying this, na, there is no need to study Shankar वगैरह. Guarantee के साथ बोलता हूँ. Second, we have studied energy flow. In energy flow, we understood the concept of trophic level, right? Trophic level. In trophic level, we understood the concept of food chain, food chain, food web, ecological pyramid. Ecological pyramid of number, biomass and energy. समझ में आई? This is what is the third theme of this chapter. Now here, this trophic level, which explains us the concept of food chain and food web, essentially, and food ecological pyramid, also help us to understand the third point, that is various trophic levels and the pollutants. Various trophic levels and pollutants. Trophic level, we have understood this food chain concept, right? Let us understand trophic level and pollutants. Trophic level and pollutant in an ecosystem can be understood through two topics. First is bio accumulation and bio magnification. ये दो टॉपिक से we can understand the concept of pollutant accumulating in a food chain. What is bioaccumulation and what is biomagnification? Before that, we need to understand this. Bio means life, accumulation means accumulating. Bio means life, magnification means increasing the level of the concentration of a pollutant, right? किसकी बात हो रही है? Bioaccumulation of a pollutant, right? Bioaccumulation of a pollutant. So if you want to ensure that pollutant, let that be in the form of the DDT. कहाँ पे यूज होता है DDT? खेती की हो कभी जिंदगी में? देखिए, इंसेक्टिसाइड, पेस्टिसाइड्स, राइट? ऑर्गेनिक फूड का सो कॉल्ड नाउअडेज चल रहा है ना, ऑर्गेनिक फूड. क्यों? बिकॉज इन एग्रीकल्चर यू आर यूजिंग केमिकल्स, फर्टिलाइजर्स. वही इफ यू आर यूजिंग अ फीड, a cow eating a feed, if that feed is made up of certain chemicals and pesticides, वही मिल्क में आएगा and that is what we'll consume, right? यही हो रहा है ना, इसीलिए ऑर्गेनिक चल रहा है ना आजकल। डीडीटी भी कहाँ पे, इंसेक्टिसाइड, पेस्टिसाइड्स, मर्क्यूरी की बात कर लो, एनीथिंग, राइट। दीज आर द पोल्यूटेंट्स ऑफ द केमिकल्स विच आर गोइंग टू कम टू अस ह्यूमन बींग्स। और हम भी जब मरेंगे, वल्चर आर ईटिंग, देन वल्चर के पास चला जाएगा, राइट। दैट मीन्स पोल्यूटेंट इज मूविंग इन अ फूड चेन, एम आई राइट? That means pollutant should have certain characteristic feature to move in a food chain, right? इसका मतलब है pollutant should be having long shelf life, long shelf life. जब इसके पास long shelf life होगा, long shelf life, that means it should be non biodegradable. अगर मान लो a particular pollutant is biodegradable, then that will be excreted out through excreta system. आगे नहीं जाएगा ना in food chain. So to move in a food chain, pollutant to move in food chain, for example food chain example लेते हैं हम लोग, grass, I would say grass, then I would say deer और tiger के बाद vulture. So if I say grass में you are using DDT as an insecticide, pesticide, same grass is consumed by deer. If this pollutant, if it is biodegradable, then it will be washed away by the excreta system of the deer, right? तो उसको accumulate करना है ना, because this has to be transferred to tiger and tiger का आगे transfer होना है vulture में. That means it should be having long life, जिंदा रहना चाहिए. It should be non biodegradable. इसका मतलब है it should not be water soluble, not water soluble, rather it should be fat soluble, right, or tissue or fat soluble. अगर water soluble होगा तो it will pass away, fat soluble होगा तो it will be stored in the tissues and the muscles, right, तभी जाके tiger खाएगा, right. Then it should be mobile. Mobile means it should have ability to move from one species to other, from other to other, other to other. इसको बोलते हैं mobile. And it should be biologically active. So if and only if the pollutants are having these characteristic feature, then only bioaccumulation and biomagnification would be possible, right? The question is, what is a bioaccumulation and what is biomagnification, or what is the basic difference between it? Bioaccumulation means basically, for example, DDT. Bioaccumulation means accumulation of a pollutant, a toxic pollutant in the first organism of a food chain. तो यहाँ पे कौन है फर्स्ट ऑर्गेनिज्म? ग्रास. तब चलेगा तब इसके पास जाएगा, डियर के पास. दिस इज कॉल्ड एज बायो एक्यूमुलेशन. फर्स्ट ऑर्गेनिज्म में द पोल्यूटेंट इज एंटरिंग, एंट्री बायो एक्यूमुलेशन. नाउ कॉन्सेंट्रिक चेन्स में, कॉन्सेंट्रिक ट्रॉफिक लेवल्स में, इफ द परसेंटेज of the pollutant, if it is gradually increasing, it has to gradually increase so that it will reach till vulture. This is called as biomagnification. समझ में आए? Bioaccumulation मतलब first in a food chain, subsequent increase in the proportion or the concentration of the pollutant, biomagnification. UPSC क्या पूछता है? I will tell you. It will give you one particular food chain. For example, it will give you this food chain. And if it will ask you कि इसमें सबसे ज्यादा concentration of the pollutant किस केस में होगा? In this case, it would be in the case of vulture. That's it. Here, I have mentioned about mercury. Hg means mercury. यहाँ पे we ban, for example, certain chemicals like endosulfan, etc. क्यों? Because they are toxic. They have ability to magnify and accumulate. इसीलिए government through, for example, you might have heard about Maggi. खाते हो Maggi? Why is Maggi so tasty? What was the issue? Because it has a certain chemical called as monosodium glutamate. इसके कारण artificial sweetness वगैरह use करते हैं. Monosodium glutamate gives extra flavor to Maggi, but that is not एडवाइजेबल फॉर ह्यूमन कंजम्पशन, इसीलिए बैन किया था वो. सिमिलरली सर्टेन प्रोडक्ट्स विच शुड नॉट बी यूज्ड एज अ प्रिजर्वेटिव्स या फिर आर्टिफिशियल ये होता है ना स्वीटनर्स एक्सेट्रा, बट दैट आर यूज्ड फॉर सेलिंग अ प्रोडक्ट. So that has been regulated by government, and government generally regularly bans it, right? So whatever current में आपको दिखेगा, that you have to remember the names. UPSC क्या पूछेगा? Recently endosulfan was recently in news. What is it related to? It is a pesticide. It is a chemical fertilizer. क्या होगा इस तरह से very simple basic question. बस आपको पता होना चाहिए what is it related to. That's it. Got the point? Similarly एक बार mercury poisoning हुआ था. कहाँ पे हुआ था? Not now, in Minamata, Bay, related to mercury poisoning. Where is Minamata Bay? Near Japan, where there was mercury poisoning. Due to that, we have Minamata Convention on mercury poisoning का reduction. क्यों? Mercury poisoning took place in ocean. Ocean में mercury was suspended. Fish ने खा लिया. Fish were consumed by humans. So humans में higher concentration of mercury was there. So this is the concept of bioaccumulation and biomagnification. This is all about the trophic level and the pollutants. Abhishek is asking, DDT is soluble in fat. So basically in simple words कि वो ये नहीं होना चाहिए. You need not to go in technical details. Just understand the pollutant should be accumulated within the body or a biomass. इतना ही याद रखो. जिससे भी होगा वो pollutant होगा, right? Any doubt? Srishti, I am just trying to give you the example. I am not saying कि DDT is not biologically active, etc. So I can tell you many examples, but here for just I am trying to tell you the examples so that you can understand the concept. UPSC has not asked any question upon this. UPSC has just asked a question upon the I would say concept of bioaccumulation, biomagnification. Okay. Let us understand. Next point. तो ये हो गया आपका ट्रॉफिक लेवल एंड the pollutant level. I hope that everyone has got this point. Bioaccumulation, biomagnification. Now let us see another point related to ecosystem ecology and functioning, that is called as ecological succession. So if I ask you, our first Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, who was her daughter? कौन था? उसके बाद राजीव गांधी. राजीव गांधी के बाद सोनिया गांधी, दैट इज राहुल गांधी, राइट? ये क्या हुआ? एक पर्टिकुलर सक्सेशन. बाबर, हुमायूं, अकबर, जहांगीर, ये क्या है? सक्सेशन. सिमिलरली इकोलॉजी में भी सक्सेशन होता है. दैट मीन्स इट इज अ सीक्वेंशियल और डायरेक्शनल चेंज of vegetation on ecological time scale. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? Humans, सबसे पहले तो we have to go back to formation of the earth, right? Big Bang theory, formation of the earth, formation of the continents, formation of the oceans, formation of ocean के बाद small bacteria, microscopic bacteria, उसके बाद बिग रेप्टाइल्स के बाद मैमल्स के बाद मंकीज, उसके बाद हम, राइट? This is also succession over a ecological time scale, just like a geological time scale. That is from Precambrian to Cambrian, from Paleozoic era to Mesozoic era, from Mesozoic to Cenozoic era to present times, right? So on ecological time scale, the vegetation is replaced from primary community to the best developed community. This is called as ecological succession. Example. Imagine this as a bare rock or a break, not only rock or land surface. In general, I am saying post volcanic eruption, post volcanic eruption, और बिफोर द फॉर्मेशन ऑफ द लाइफ, जब लाइफ शुरू हुआ उसके पहले कैसे था, कुछ भी नहीं था अर्थ पे, राइट? दीज आर कॉल्ड एज pioneer species. Pioneer means first, right? The first species to colonize a particular area, first species to colonize a particular area are called as pioneer species, where there was no life. Earlier, no life existed. No life existed. Earlier, I would say no soil is developed, no vegetation is developed, कुछ भी नहीं है, simple है. On these, certain organisms can survive and grow, right? Which are those? Lichens, mosses, and certain bacteria, right? Lichens are nothing but a symbiotic associationship between algae and fungus, that is fungi. So UPSC has asked 2 times this question. So these are the pioneer species or the species of the primary succession. Primary means first, succession means primary succession के लिए pioneer species are mainly responsible, right? I will just show a diagram. So imagine this as a bare rock. यहाँ पे now we have mosses and lichens. Mosses, lichens. So this will start to develop a soil, right? Soils develop होगी. Slowly bryophytes. Bryophytes means, I would say, the small animals, ferns, etc. उसके बाद small herbs. Herbs will be replaced by shrubs. Shrubs will be replaced by large plants, and large plants will lead to the formation of the forest. समझ में आ रहा है? This is a ecological succession. Why is that directly plants or shrubs could not directly grow here? Because not availability of the soil, developed soil. Plants grow करने के लिए क्या चाहिए हमें? Minerals and nutrients चाहिए. यहाँ पे कुछ है क्या? नहीं है. That means minerals and nutrients are slowly evolving over the period of time. That is from the first community, first, this is second, I am saying simple words में, this is third, this is fourth, this is fifth, and this is sixth. So first to sixth, last stage कौन सा है? Forest के आगे कुछ है क्या? नहीं. Maximum क्या होगा? Forest होगा. This is first, forest is last. Can I say last means a climax? Climax stage. And ये सारे क्या है? Intermediate stage. That means ecological succession is a succession from pioneer species in a primary succession to transitional stages which are called as seeds to what we call as climax stage. seeds का मतलब क्या हुआ? Transitional stage. Climax मतलब the final stage which is most mature, which is most stable, right, and developed. Getting the point? शुरू में कुछ था क्या? Soil, nutrients, etc. No. A simple food chain. सिर्फ कौन था? Lichens, mosses, bacteria, etc. ये पूछा है. That means with the progress of time, with the progression of time, can I say first there is increase in ecological productivity, Am I right? Here, ecological productivity of the forest would be more than the herbs. Shrubs will be more than the herbs. मतलब ecological productivity मतलब the rate of biomass production would be increasing. Complexity of food chain would increase. मतलब more complex food chains होगा. In forest you find tigers, lions, elephants, सब कुछ. Normal herbs की जगह पे कुछ नहीं होगा. Getting the point? That means ecological productivity is increasing. I am saying complexity is increasing. There is shift of the nutrients. Shift of nutrients. What do I mean by shift of nutrients? That means यहाँ पे कुछ soil available नहीं था. Now more developed soil. Soil is formed by active and passive factors, right? Active factors like climate, etc. उससे क्या होगा कि more availability of the nutrients will be made available to the plants and the vegetation. That means easy more availability of the, I am saying availability of the nutrients is increasing. Complexity is increasing. Ecological productivity is increasing, right? Also diversity of the species. Diversity of species मतलब the number of organisms is also increasing. यहां पे क्या था? For example, यहाँ पे for example in forest there would be tigers, elephants, all the animals. यहाँ पे सिर्फ के पास सिर्फ डियर होगा ना. For example, rats and deers. यहाँ पे सब कुछ होगा. Rats, deers, tigers, lions, सब कुछ. That means diversity of the species is increasing. This concept is called as ecological succession. That means it is a sequential change. ऐसा नहीं होगा कि उल्टा होगा. It is a sequential or a directional change of vegetation on an ecological time scale, where primary succession starts with pioneer species, lichens, which is symbiotic association, mosses, bacteria, etc. Transitional stages and a climax stages, which is much more stable, mature, सब कुछ उसके पास होगा. Maximum development, right? Now, this ecological succession can be of two types. That is primary or secondary succession. अब primary succession मतलब succession जो हमने पढ़ा, where no life, no soil developed, कुछ भी नहीं था. ऐसा कब था? During pre-Cambrian times when life was not existing, or post volcanic eruption, right? Example. That means for primary ecological succession के लिए total amount of time needed to achieve climax stage would be more or less more. मतलब बहुत टाइम लगेगा ना, because soil has to develop, then the organisms have to come, biodiversity has to develop, all the things has to happen. तो इसीलिए इसको टाइम ज्यादा लगेगा. प्राइमरी. सेकेंडरी सक्सेशन का मतलब समझते हैं. इन सेकेंडरी सक्सेशन इमेजिन ऑस्ट्रेलियन बुश फायर्स, Amazon bush fires, right? Amazon forest fires, right? Forest fire हुआ, what happens? All the vegetation gets completely burnt. Animals are also, biodiversity is also affected. However, if again the life has to evolve in that area where there was a fires, or where there is a floods or storms or tsunami, वहां पे क्या होगा? Life got completely destructed. But there is presence of forest fire के बाद क्या होगा? There is a presence of soil is present, soil is developed. After forest fire, all the ash would come down. Ash मतलब क्या है? Ash is nothing but the minerals and nutrients. Mineral nutrients present है. इसीलिए the succession will be much more fast than primary succession. It takes place on generally कहाँ पे? In the areas of forest fires, storms, etc. ये कहाँ पे होता है? पूरा barren rock और land area. Am I right? समझ में आई? जब कुछ भी नहीं है तब प्राइमरी सक्सेशन. इफ देर इज समथिंग, if a particular ecosystem is completely or partially destroyed, तब जाके क्या होगा? Secondary succession. What the difference, basic difference between a primary succession and secondary succession? So this time UPSC had asked a question in 2021, out of which of the following organisms can grow without the help of the soil? Without the help of the soil, कौन-कौन से organisms can be developed? Tell me the answer. Lichens, mosses, right? Lichens and mosses can develop without the need of the basically I would say soil, developed soil, etc. because they are the pioneer species in primary succession. So that was an applied question from this topic. What the point? So this is how UP is asking. ऐसा नहीं पूछेंगे primary succession versus secondary succession, ऐसा नहीं. Primary succession का application in the form of lichens and mosses. What the point? How the question is asked? So this is all about the ecological succession. Now after this ecological succession, we have the last point or the last topic to be studied, that is nutrient. तो ये समझ में आया? I hope that this topic, this यहाँ ये समझ में आया सबको? अब we'll see this point and then we'll try to see, because I'm going to take for long time, मतलब और आधा घंटा तो लूंगा मैं. Bio geochemical cycles, that is called as nutrient cycling. Okay, any doubt? Abhishek is asking, then what is the mode of nutrient for lichens and mosses? As I mentioned, lichen is nothing but a symbiotic association between algae and fungi. Algae क्या करेगा? Algae is nothing but green. तो algae क्या करेगा? It will do photosynthesis, मतलब it will prepare food. किसको खाना खाने के लिए देगा वो? Fungi को. Fungi क्या करेगा? It will secrete certain enzymes and chemicals. उसके कारण it will slowly start to make available certain minerals and nutrients for algae. Because algae को ज्यादा नहीं लगेगा ना. It will need only छोटा है तो छोटा ही लगेगा, right? You might have seen this algae mosses on the growing up on the walls. Sometimes on the wall structure, you might have seen on the building walls where there is no soil. Building के ऊपर कैसे आता है algae? That means वो lichens है, mosses है. Getting the point? Now one of the student is asking, is ecological succession a directional process? So absolutely correct. It is a unidirectional process. मतलब ऐसा ही होगा, ये पूरा उल्टा नहीं जाएगा. That is why I would say ecological succession is a, कहाँ पे गए, is a unidirectional sequential change of a vegetation on ecological time scale. और कुछ डाउट है क्या? चलो next point. I hope that you are enjoying, because if you are doing this, घर जाके कुछ भी पढ़ना नहीं, बस इसी को 10 बार रटना है, right? Now we will see biogeochemical cycle, another very important and significant point. So this is I am considering as the new theme. Theme number one, that is what theme का मतलब क्या है? I am saying focus area. First chapter ecology ecosystem का first focus area was basic terminologies के ऊपर questions. Second was about the ecosystem components and adaptation. That is the second focus area. Third, about the basic terminologies and its application. अब fourth है these biogeochemical cycles and nutrient cycling. ये important topic है. Let us understand. UPSC 2021 में भी पूछा था एक क्वेश्चन, very easy, you will understand. Bio means life, geo means earth, chemical means various process and its cycling, right? Now if you consider इकोसिस्टम का डेफिनेशन क्या था? टेल मी. स्ट्रक्चरल एंड फंक्शनल यूनिट ऑफ बायोस्फीयर विच आर कनेक्टेड बाय, which are interrelated and interconnected by transfer of energy and nutrients. एनर्जी का पार्ट समझ में आया? यूनिडायरेक्शनल एंड सक्सेसिव डिक्लाइन, मतलब एनर्जी is declining from first trophic level to another trophic level, मतलब energy is getting lost. However, nutrients are also very essential for sustenance of the life. Plants need nutrients, human beings need nutrients and minerals, right? Nutrients and minerals human beings को चाहिए, plants को चाहिए, सबको minerals and nutrients चाहिए for survival, for reproduction, right? For sustenance, सबके लिए nutrients चाहिए. But the basic difference between the minerals and nutrients and energy is that mineral nutrients etc. are never lost generally. Q is because they are in continuous recycling phase. Energy loss होता है, minerals and nutrients never lost. For example, right now when I die, for example, imagine if I die, APEC का classes होगा, don't worry, but if I die, biomass पूरा body में क्या है? Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrates, phosphates, right? All this is there. When I die, either in the form of the ashes or if I buried, कुछ भी होगा, again it will be go back to the soil. Again उसके ऊपर क्या होगा? मतलब minerals will basically be inculcated into the soil. उसके बाद फिर से क्रॉप्स ग्रो होंगे, फिर से वो मिनरल्स लेंगे, फिर से कोई तो खाएगा, कोई तो मरेगा, राइट? दिस इज व्हाट मींस इट इज कंटिन्यूअसली रिसाइकल. सिमिलरली वाटर का कंसिडर करो, वाटर साइकिल फॉर एग्जांपल we are going to study that also, but biogeochemical cycle in the most simplest word is nothing but the movement of the minerals and the nutrients, from hydrosphere to lithosphere to atmosphere, and continuous recycling of the nutrients from all these spheres is called as nutrient cycling, right? What's the point? This is the concept of biogeochemical cycle. Now this nutrient cycle, the movement of the nutrients from land, water, air, continuous movement of there from and within itself, can be divided into two types. That means nutrient cycle can be divided into two types depending upon the reservoir. I will tell what is the meaning of reservoir. Need not to worry. Now if I say there are two types, that is gaseous cycle, gaseous nutrient cycling, or gaseous biogeochemical cycle, or sedimentary biogeochemical cycle. What do I mean by this? Gaseous cycle means the reservoir is atmosphere. मतलब where are these found? In atmosphere. Example, oxygen cycle, carbon dioxide cycle, water cycle, etc. ये all the cycles का main reservoir is atmosphere. Getting the point? If the reservoir where these nutrients and minerals are stored, if that is earth's crust, then that is called as a sedimentary cycle. Example, कौन सा? Phosphorus cycle, sulfur cycle, etc. मतलब depending upon the type of the reservoir, I can consider the cycles as a gaseous cycle or sedimentary cycle. 2021 में UPSC last year had asked identify the odd man out. One of the cycle was phosphorus cycle, other were carbon cycle, oxygen cycle and hydrogen cycle, right? ऐसे ही कुछ तो था. And one of the phosphorus cycle. तो phosphorus cycle क्या है? Sedimentary cycle, which has, I would say, reservoir क्या है उसका? Reservoir is Earth's crust. Now, I hope that everyone got it. Now, out of this, all these things, we have to study. अभी इसमें carbon dioxide cycle and nitrogen cycle is important for us, right? We are going to study in detail because this is what UPSC loves to ask. Water cycle everyone knows. I will just give you idea so that you will understand. वाटर साइकिल क्या होता है? वाटर साइकिल में पानी है, सन, इंसुलेशन, हीटिंग, इवापोरेशन, राइट? इवापोरेशन होगा, उसके बाद क्या होगा? कंडेंसेशन, राइट? कंडेंसेशन के बाद क्या होगा? प्रेसिपिटेशन, राइट? अब इमेजिन करो यहाँ माउंटेन्स है, ट्रीज आर देयर, राइट? इसके बाद क्या होगा? पानी नीचे आएगा, प्रेसिपिटेशन, रेनफॉल, अंडरग्राउंड वाटर, सरफेस वाटर, फिर से पानी ओशंस में। ये क्या होगा? एक साइकिल। इसमें और अदर कंपोनेंट्स लाइक इवापोट्रांसपिरेशन फ्रॉम द प्लांट्स, ह्यूमन बींग्स, ये सब कुछ है, बट हियर अ जनरलाइज्ड पिक्चर ऑफ वाटर साइकिल। दैट मीन्स द मूवमेंट ऑफ द वाटर फ्रॉम above and below the earth's crust is called as water cycle. Most easiest thing, समझ में आई? इसको बोलते हैं हम लोग हाइड्रोलॉजिकल साइकिल। इससे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट इज कार्बन साइकिल। तो कार्बन साइकिल, व्हाट इज कार्बन? कार्बन क्यों चाहिए हमें? कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स के लिए, राइट? इफ आई से CO2 in the present times, is it a good thing or bad thing? In the present times, in 2022, is carbon dioxide present in the Earth's atmosphere? Whether it is a good indicator or a bad indicator? It is not bad, rather I would say increased proportion of CO2 is bad. अगर CO2 नहीं होता, if there was no CO2, then what would have happened? UPSC का क्वेश्चन है क्या? नो फोटोसिंथेसिस, हाँ, और या नॉट ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, राइट? मतलब इनडायरेक्टली यू आर टेलिंग। और अगर CO2 नहीं होता तो लाइफ ही नहीं होती। आई विल टेल हाउ। इट्स नॉट ड्यू टू only photosynthesis. This is what UPSC has asked once time. It is related to geography because CO2 का property is there. क्या property है? This is sun. This is the solar radiation, right? Solar radiation आ रहा है अर्थ की तरफ। Incoming solar radiation इसको कहते हैं. It is coming towards the earth. Incoming solar radiation is in the form of the शॉर्ट वेव इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक स्पेक्ट्रम। शॉर्ट वेव वेवलेंथ रहता है। जब ये अर्थ के पास आता है, अर्थ का एक एटमॉस्फेयर है, दैट इज द थिन लेयर ऑफ द गैसेस सराउंडिंग द अर्थ सरफेस इज कॉल्ड एज इट्स एटमॉस्फेयर। इनकमिंग सोलर रेडिएशन विल ऑल्सो go outside, right? This is called as outgoing. Now outgoing solar radiation is in the form of the long wave. Very good, long wave. अब होता है ये कि एटमॉस्फेयर में क्या है? वेरियस गैसेस, उसमें CO2 है ऑलरेडी। CO2 क्या करता है? व्हाई इज इट कॉल्ड एज इंपॉर्टेंट मेट्रोलॉजिकल गैस? important meteorological gas. क्यों? Because whenever the income solar radiation is there, whatever the outgoing, I am saying not incoming, I am saying outgoing solar radiation जो है उससे it traps the heat. मतलब that is why we say terrestrial radiation. Terrestrial means earth. Earth is heated not from above, from below. मतलब अर्थ का जो हीट रहता है that is being heated from below. इससे ऊपर चलता है कंडक्शन कन्वेक्शन रेडिएशन से, राइट? दैट मींस अर्थ इज हीटेड फ्रॉम द बिलो, एंड इफ यू वांट टू प्रिजर्व द हीट ऑफ दिस एटमॉस्फेयर, देन CO2 इज वेरी नेसेसरी। समझ में आ रहा है? अगर CO2 ही नहीं होता तो हीट ही नहीं होती सिंस द फॉर्मेशन ऑफ द अर्थ। अगर हीट नहीं होता तो कुछ नथिंग वाज पॉसिबल, राइट? बट इन द प्रेजेंट टाइम द प्रोपोर्शन ऑफ द CO2 हैज increased drastically. This is what IPCC का report says. And if the proportion is increased drastically, then the heat of the earth has also increased drastically. This is what is called as global warming. समझ में आया? मतलब the amount of the trapped heat by the earth's atmosphere is increased due to the increased proportion of the CO2. What the point? तो यूपीएससी ने ये पूछा है इनकमिंग आउटगोइंग अर्थ इज हीटेड फ्रॉम बिलो, इसको बोलते हैं हम लोग टेरेस्ट्रियल रेडिएशन, ज्योग्राफी में पढ़ोगे ये। यूपीएससी ने आगे जाके एक असाइनमेंट आई विल गिव इट टू यू। CO2 absorbs the outgoing solar radiation, as I mentioned. That means it is absorbing long wave terrestrial radiation, या whether it is absorbing short wave. Long wave ना, अब ये long wave में which part of electromagnetic spectrum is it absorbing, ये क्वेश्चन है। Whether it is absorbing infrared, microwave, radio wave, कौन सा कंपोनेंट एब्जॉर्ब करता है, घर जाके देख लेना, एनसीईआरटी में मिल जाएगा, ज्योग्राफी का पार्ट है। आई जस्ट वांट टू गिव यू असाइनमेंट। आउटगोइंग मतलब इतना डिटेल में जाता है यूपीएससी, बेसिक से रिलेटेड, एंड दिस इज गिवन इन एनसीईआरटी, यू वोंट बिलीव, राइट? सो दिस इज व्हाट इज CO2. नाउ क्वेश्चन इज, this CO2 proportion is increasing. CO2 is important meteorological gas, but why is that its proportion is increasing? That means what is that is adding, or what has added CO2 to the atmosphere? क्या क्या ऐड करता है बोलो? फॉसिल फ्यूल बर्निंग, दैट इज बर्निंग ऑफ क्या? कोल, पेट्रोल, डीजल एक्सेट्रा। सेकंड, रेस्पिरेशन, ह्यूमन का रेस्पिरेशन, वी इनहेल ऑक्सीजन, वी एक्सेल CO2। वॉल्केनिक इरप्शंस, इतना भी आसान मत समझो, यूपीएससी ने 2 बार पूछा है, इतना जो इजी लग रहा है ना, ये 2 बार पूछा है। विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग कंपोनेंट्स ऐड CO2 टू द एटमॉस्फेयर, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग सिंक्स द, मतलब आई विल टेल दैट। फर्स्ट, फॉसिल फ्यूल बर्निंग से ऐड होता है, रेस्पिरेशन से भी ऐड होता है, वॉल्केनिक इरप्शन से ऐड होता है, ऑल्सो through I would say decomposition. For example, certain microbial respiration decomposers, certain microbes which are involved in the decomposition activity also basically respires through the microbial respiration. CO2 is added to the atmosphere. तो पता चला CO2 कैसे ऐड होता है एटमॉस्फेयर में। नाउ ये समझ में आया ना बेसिक्स। What are the sources which will help to basically sink, that is which are the sources of carbon sink? तो कार्बन कौन खाता है? So in simple words, trees, that is photosynthesis, that is by plants. और photosynthesis plants मतलब diatoms, bacteria, blue green algae, sorry not bacteria, blue green algae, lichens, ये सब कुछ क्या आएगा? कार्बन सिंक में। Then nowadays you might have heard about this called as carbon capture utilization storage. Carbon capture utilization storage, इसका मतलब है I'm again repeating, carbon capture carbon, utilize it and store it. तो स्टोर की बात कर रहा हूं मैं, कार्बन कैप्चर यूटिलाइज एंड स्टोर। कहां पे स्टोर कर सकते हैं हम लोग? फॉलोइंग एरियाज, depleted oil and gas reservoirs, depleted coal seams, saline aquifers, तो फॉर एग्जाम्पल अभी मेरे पास यहाँ पे नहीं है, बट हैव यू एवर सीन, मतलब एनीथिंग, कोल, फॉसिल फ्यूल्स, ये सब कुछ हमें कहां से मिलता है? सेडिमेंट्री रॉक स्ट्रेटा। सेडिमेंट्री रॉक स्ट्रेटा में पोर्स होते हैं। नाउ दीस पोर्स कैन अगेन सक इन और ऐड द एटमॉस्फेरिक CO2, दैट मींस दे आर प्रोबेबल साइट्स ऑफ कार्बन सीक्वेस्ट्रेशन। इसको क्या बोलते हैं? कार्बन सीक्वेस्ट्रेशन, राइट? कार्बन सीक्वेस्ट्रेशन की प्रोबेबल साइट्स है। इसी को हम लोग बोलते हैं जियोलॉजिकल सीक्वेस्ट्रेशन। जियोलॉजिकल मतलब अर्थ ना, जियो मींस अर्थ, अर्थ सीक्वेस्ट्रेशन मींस अर्थ इज कंज्यूमिंग द CO2। कैसे कर सकता है? फोटोसिंथेसिस तो एज वी नो ऑन लैंड ऑल्सो एंड ओशंस ऑल्सो, दोनों तरफ फोटोसिंथेसिस हो रहा है, दैट इज इन द ओशंस थ्रू फाइटोप्लैंक्टन एक्सेट्रा, ऑन द लैंड थ्रू प्लांट. बट जियोलॉजिकल सीक्वेस्ट्रेशन मीन्स डिप्लीटेड ऑयल एंड कोल रिजर्वायर्स, कोल सीम्स, सलाइन एक्विफर्स, यहां से क्या हो रहा है, CO2 is being sinked into the, sequestered into the land. This is how you absorb the extra CO2 which is being emitted into the atmosphere and reduce the CO2 proportion in the atmosphere. इसके लिए हमें चाहिए टेक्नोलॉजी, राइट. इसके लिए झगड़ा होता है इन कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑफ पार्टीज इन UNFCCC, राइट. Getting the point, that I will come to later. Now this increase in the proportion of the CO2 in the atmosphere is leading to what we call as climate change and global warming. So this itself is a separate topic, as I mentioned. If you just see the syllabus के बाद मैंने topics बोले, तो वहाँ पे we see in detail. But for this carbon cycle, understand what are the sources which are adding CO2 and what are the sources which are basically leading to the sequestration of the CO2. Both of the questions have been asked for two times. Okay. Assignment for you is that, if possible for you, understand in detail the carbon sequestration and the technological innovations. जो कुछ भी मिलेगा, जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल थ्रू इलेक्ट्रोस्टैटिक प्रेसिपिटेटर्स, थ्रू स्क्रबर्स, राइट. तो ये कैसे वर्क होता है, यू कैन चेक इट, राइट. नाउ दिस इज व्हाट इज द कार्बन साइकिल. ये हो गया फर्स्ट इंपॉर्टेंट साइकिल. सिमिलरली वी हैव नाइट्रोजन साइकिल. नाइट्रोजन साइकिल. आई होप दैट एवरीवन इज क्लियर विद रिस्पेक्ट टू दिस. Yeah, most of the students were telling right that is the importance of CO2. Now nitrogen cycle. अब ये I hope that you got the questions. कैसे आ रहे questions? Questions upon carbon cycles have been asked. Questions about basics about the reservoir where it is stored, either gaseous or sedimentary. अब और एक question आया था इस बार. Now imagine if carbon dioxide, if this carbon dioxide, that is photosynthesis, is done by the oceans, if the photosynthesis is done by the green plants in the oceans, कौन कौन है oceans में बोलो? Phytoplanktons, then diatoms, dinoflagellates, etc. They are also algae type, etc. Algae पण वहां पे होते हैं, right? Algae are also there. That means all these organisms are going to do what? Photosynthesis. That means they are going to sequester. What they are going to sequester? Carbon dioxide. So the carbon dioxide sequestered by the plants in ocean, उसको क्या बोलेंगे हम लोग? Blue carbon. Because oceans में sequester हो रहे ना. UPSC 2021. इतना easy question. Which of the following represents blue carbon? बहुत ज्यादा यूपीएससी कभी भी टेक्निकल डिटेल्स नहीं पूछती, सिंपल बेसिक कॉमन सेंस लॉजिक के क्वेश्चन पूछती है. ब्लू कार्बन मतलब सिंपल है कि कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड विच इज एब्जॉर्ब्ड इन द ओशंस, जहां पे होगा वहां पे. क्वेश्चन नंबर 1 आस्क्ड बाय यूपीएससी 2021. आई विल शो यू. क्वेश्चन नंबर 2 ये था सेडिमेंटरी साइकिल, क्वेश्चन नंबर 2. और बाकी का तो मैंने बोल दिया क्वेश्चन नंबर 2. उसके बाद प्राइमरी सक्सेशन में ये पूछा था इकोलॉजिकल सक्सेशन, क्वेश्चन नंबर 3. 3 क्वेश्चन तो इधर ही हुए. तीनों के तीनों क्वेश्चन एनसीईआरटी में कट कॉपी पेस्ट मिलेंगे. आउट ऑफ 16 3 तो यहीं पे बोल दिए मैंने. गेटिंग द पॉइंट. यू कैन गो होम एंड चेक इट. तो इसके बाद आगे जाओगे तो और भी क्वेश्चंस मिलेंगे. आई एम जस्ट ट्राइंग टू शो यू द क्वेश्चंस. हाँ, डेट्रिटस. डेट्रिटस का कहाँ पे गया ये? हाँ, क्वेश्चन नंबर 4 यूपीएससी 2021. क्वेश्चन नंबर 2021 होने के बाद फूड चेन में डेट्रिटस मैंने बोला ना, ये कहाँ पे गया फूड चेन का? वेयर इज डेट्रिटस फूड चेन? डेट्रिटस में मैंने क्या बोला? I just want to show you the questions. Question number 5. यूपीएससी के आउट ऑफ 16 नाउ ओनली टिल टुडे लेक्चर, आज के लेक्चर में 5 क्वेश्चन मैंने दिखाया. Which of the following are the detritus out of the given following? Identify. Earthquakes, millipedes, wood lice, right? what I want to tell essentially through is that whatever UPSC is asking, it is not asking out of the box. वही के out of 16, I can agree that 2 to 3 questions no one can trace. I do agree with you. But 14 questions, उसमें से भी एक दो गलत हो गए. But you should get net 11 questions correct out of environment. 11 to 12 questions. I'm speaking in practical manner. Idealistically बोलूंगा तो मैं बोलूंगा कि सब कुछ सही आना चाहिए. But it is bit difficult ना. एक दो क्वेश्चन ट्रेस नहीं होंगे, एक आध दूसरा गलत हो सकता है. But these 6 questions which I mentioned right now, 5 or 6, इसमें एक भी गलत नहीं होना चाहिए, because these are given in NCERT. And most of the students have gone incorrect here itself and बोलते हैं कि environment difficult है. कैसे difficult है बोल? Why I am going back to this points is that कि what trying to tell is that कि सब कुछ यहीं पे है. चलो ठीक है. Where was I? Nitrogen cycle. This is also one of the favorite cycle of UPSC. So nitrogen cycle. Yeah. Guys, please wait a minute. Yeah, just a minute, guys. I hope that I'm visible now, guys. So I did not teach anything. आवाज तो आ रही होगी, कैमरा बंद था. But so basically I was just trying to tell the questions which I showed you just now, 6 questions, have been already asked from NCERT itself. But it needs application, it needs conceptual clarity. So by taking note of all these things, let us move to another cycle, that is nitrogen cycle, right? Another important cycle, nitrogen cycle. So as we know, out of the total atmospheric composition, how much percentage of gas is nitrogen? Can anyone tell? 78%, right? But despite being around 78% in, I'm not saying exact number, I'm just trying to tell you approximate. Around 78% of the nitrogen is there in the atmosphere, but it is directly not utilizable by the plants. Plants need nitrogen in the form of the nitrites and nitrates to make it usable. Now this atmospheric nitrogen या फिर एक बार dead organic matter like leaves, human beings, etc., which we call as dead organic matter or detritus material, will also add nitrates and nitrites to the soil. It needs to. Yes, total process को we call it as a nitrogen cycle. Now first let us understand what are the sources that add nitrogen to the atmosphere. Nitrogen to the atmosphere क्या किस तरह से ऐड होता है? Through fossil fuel burning. That means through petroleum cars, diesel cars, fossil fuels, coal combustion, etc., thermal power plants से nitrogen is added to the atmosphere. Don't take it lightly. ये पूछा है 2-3 बार. Which of the following adds nitrogen to the atmosphere? Thermal power plants. Then I am saying fossil fuel burning. वेहिकुलर कंबशन, उसके बाद और क्या क्या करता है, डीकम्पोजिशन एक्टिविटी ऑल्सो एड्स, राइट। तो बेसिकली इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोसेस, certain industrial process like thermal power plants etc are also adding. Then ये उसी में आएगा, I would say urea excretion. Whatever the excretion we do, urea is been added to the nature. उसके बाद ये और एक है इसका नेचुरल वेजिटेशन का डेथ, नेचुरल वेजिटेशन डेथ. फॉर एग्जाम्पल एज आई मेंशन, आफ्टर दिस डेड ऑर्गेनिक मैटर, उसके बाद क्या होगा, ये नीचे आएगा. दैट मीन्स आफ्टर द डेथ डेट्रिटस इट विल फॉर्म. इसमें भी नाइट्रेट्स है ना, बिकॉज इट हैज यूज्ड द मिनरल्स, इट हैज अगेन टू रिसाइकल इट. To all these three sources, fossil fuel burning, ureal excretion and natural vegetation, nitrogen is added to the atmosphere. Now nitrogen is also again absorbed. This is added, addition to the atmosphere. Thinking means addition to the soil. This is done by what? Microorganisms. As you know, microorganisms मतलब leguminous plants, आपको पता होगा ना, leguminous plants, which helps in absorbing the atmospheric nitrogen in the form of nitrates and nitrites. Correct? कौन सा आपने rhizobium पता होगा आपको, rhizobium bacteria, so you should know the bacteria. Then it can be sequestered by using industrial process. So fertilizer industry especially makes use of the nitrogen, right? That means through industrial process also you can capture the atmospheric nitrogen. And third is basically thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning. Through this process also atmospheric nitrogen is sequestered. So these are the sinks, these are the process which add nitrogen to the atmosphere. Both of them have already been asked by UPSC, right? Ab question is, what is this nitrogen cycle and how is this atmospheric nitrogen converted to nitrites? So it takes place through various processes, like first is ammonification. Ammonification में क्या होता है, basically dead organic matter, or I am saying atmospheric nitrogen is converted to ammonia ions. NH4 means ammonia ions. Now this is done by bacteria. Which bacteria? By either aerobic bacteria or anaerobic bacteria. Aerobic bacteria or anaerobic bacteria. Anaerobic bacteria मतलब कौन सा bacteria? Which does not need oxygen. Aerobic bacteria means which needs oxygen. Aerobic bacteria कौन सा है? Basically azotobacter. Azotobacter. Keep these names in mind, right? And ये है Clostridium. Clostridium. So these two bacteria, one aerobic means oxygen needing, another without oxygen. These two bacteria help to form the ammonium ions. ये first process is there. This is the first process in nitrogen fixing. Ammonification के बाद आता है आपका, I would say ammonification के बाद आता है आपका nitrification. Nitrification. Nitrification में क्या होता है? Ammonium ions are converted to nitrites and nitrates. कैसे? Ammonia ions are converted to nitrites and nitrates. Now, who convert this ammonium ions to nitrites and nitrates? Again, the bacteria. Right, correct. By nitrosomonas. Remember the names. Nitrosomonas bacteria. तो ये nitrosomonas bacteria क्या करता है? Convert ammonia to nitrite. Okay. And by nitrobacter, it is further converted to nitrobacter से आगे किसमें convert होता है? Nitrates. So this is the nitrogen cycle. And this is how the plants will absorb the atmospheric nitrogen and dead organic matter का nitrogen in this roots, right? अब उसके बाद the last stage, would be, I would saying here, denitrification. Denitrification का मतलब क्या हुआ? Opposite of nitrification. Nitrification में क्या हो रहा था? Ammonium ions were added in the form of the nitrites and nitrates. अब ये क्या करना है? Nitrates and nitrates again going back to the atmosphere in the form of nitrates, and nitrites are going back in the form of the atmospheric nitrogen. Now this is again done by bacteria. Nitrates and nitrites are again converted to the atmospheric nitrogen by certain bacteria, which are called as denitrifying bacteria. Example, Pseudomonas, by denitrifying bacteria. Which bacteria? Pseudomonas. So can I say basically ammonification, nitrification, denitrification essentially involves the process of the absorption of the atmospheric nitrogen, which will help the plants for their growth, and again denitrification is done by the certain bacteria. So this total movement of the nitrogen from the atmosphere to the soil and again back to the atmosphere is called as nitrogen cycle. ये हो गया आपका nitrogen cycle. उसके बाद है phosphorus cycle, sulfur cycle, but where the sediment, the rock strata is the earth's reservoir, where फिर से recycling होता है. But these two are the main important biogeochemical cycles. So these were the important concepts related to first chapter. Still we are left with biotic interactions and ecotone का topic. That will still need another 15 minutes, but I think for today it is fine. इतना. I hope that सबको पता चला. I am revising it. First theme, definition concepts wise. Second, ecosystem and components, responses, adaptations, abiotic factors, किस तरह से impact करते हैं, biotic factors, producers, how they are there. उसके बाद ecosystem structure and function में ecological productivity, then energy flow, then trophic levels, food chain, food web, ecological pyramids of number, biomass and energy. उसके बाद we have ecological succession, and then we studied biogeochemical cycles. इतना ही आपको करना है ये फर्स्ट चैप्टर्स के लिए बेसिक्स. If you want to read it, then read it from biology 12th standard NCERT chapter number 13 and 14. Right? Is it fine? So this is all for today. कल से I will take it for 4 hours. आज भी मतलब almost 4 hours लिया, but कल से I will explicitly I am telling because 3.5, because if you want this much detail, then I need time. जहाँ पे कम, अगर मैं यही फटाफट बोल देता देख लो वगैरह, उससे कुछ नहीं बनेगा. Because I just showed you the question, 6 questions on this one topic itself. Directly easy. ऐसा नहीं कि I am reverse engineering. Last year also we had APEC course. You can see my videos. ये भी उस वक्त पढ़ा था. Those guys could again get the questions correct in the examination. Is it fine? If you have any doubt, you can Telegram पे मैं कल देता हूँ Telegram अपना. Okay? Thank you guys. Thank you. कुछ doubts है क्या? I hope that you enjoyed, guys. Chalo, thank you guys.